Let me introduce myself. My name is Idella. I'm the director of the Center for Technology Commercialization. If you're not familiar with us, we are a free for Wisconsin program that helps you identify and win competitive innovation funding through a program called the Small Business Innovation Research Program. On your desk, you should see a little bit of a handout about us, about some of the funding through the Department of Defense, which, as an aside, this is about a $4.3 billion program. The Department of Defense manages about $2 billion of that. So there are some really great opportunities as we're thinking about product development with these emerging technologies that we're talking about here today, and leveraging the federal SBIR and STTR programs to help you move some of that product development forward. We invite you to stay around after today's workshop or after today's sessions to join us for a workshop. If you're not at all familiar with SBIR, then we'll go ahead and do a quick deep dive on that. If you are very familiar, we're going to help you write some of the initial documents that you will need in order to have a conversation with the program manager. So I hope this will be a really good learning opportunity for you all, if nothing else, to get to know a little bit more about us at CTC and some of the other resources that are here in the room. So why here today? Over the past few years, we have seen an increase in companies pitching around ideas with AI and machine learning technologies. And they're proposing these products for funding across these different SBIR and STTR participating agencies, including National Institutes of Health, National Science Foundation, Department of Energy, as well as all the components in the Department of Defense. And we thought this might be a wonderful way to bring together a room of resources, innovators, researchers, so that we can have a conversation around what some of the needs are, some of the barriers in product development, and then, of course, who these people are and how to access them for some of the team, facilities, and resources that you'll need to win a competitive SBIR and STTR application. And then for all of my big industry players that may be in the room, hopefully you will be engaged in this technology conversation, but also a lot of the small businesses are going to be the R&D arm or the R&D partners for you. And so this is a really great way for the small businesses to learn about what your needs are, and also for you to learn about what some of the small businesses are and some of the questions that they're asking, so that we can find better ways to work together so that Wisconsin has a space in this emerging technology area. But, and I want to just say that this is come together because of great partners. I have to call out my team. We have a small team that works for the entire state of Wisconsin. We provide no-cost services. So in addition to the normal consulting and programming we did, the team pulled this together in about 2 months. So I really appreciate all the work that they have done here to make this a good experience for you. And then I can't help but thank all of our partners. This space is donated here by our Northwestern Mutual partners, and you're going to hear from some of the keynotes about some of the resources and how they are engaged with us here at CTC. So actually, let me go ahead and get started with our first keynotes here. There's going to be a quick, but again, I want you to get to know who some of these folks are. So I want to call up Colonel Zaccaro and Lieutenant Colonel Ripperger, so that you guys can come up and give a quick introduction to who you are and how the audience should work with you.
Well, thank you, Idella, and hello, everybody. Welcome. So my name is Lieutenant Colonel Penny Ripperger. You can call me Penny. I am here on behalf of Wisconsin Inspire, which is the Wisconsin Air National Guard's Innovation Office. And so it's been a really, really exciting, this whole event has been really exciting for us to get together. And it really is our first step as we expand and integrate our innovation efforts with the Wisconsin Air Guard into the community. In addition to the number of generous donors that Idella kind of mentioned and you'll see around here, this event really was made possible with a FAST grant that we were awarded in partnership with the CTC and UW and other partners with regard to that. So it's really cool to see all this come together. Part of our journey with Wisconsin Inspire was the creation of a spark cell called Forward Works. And what that is it's an Air Force initiative to aim with an aim of fostering innovation and collaboration right here in Wisconsin. David Brown, why don't you raise your hand, David? We kind of stick out in our cute little outfits, but David Brown is really the brains behind the ForwardWorks operation, and he runs the day-to-day operations of ForwardWorks. And the goal of ForwardWorks is to simply bring together government, industry, and academia to find new and innovative solutions to the challenges that we face in the military. Another goal for us with Wisconsin Inspire and ForwardWorks is to operate as a catalyst for change. And we do that. And as you can probably imagine, and maybe you see this in your own organizations, change can be kind of challenging in government and in the military. And so we're really trying to change that. And we've had a lot of success, and it's been really exciting to see that. But we're doing that by using a network of partnerships to spur innovation and drive the development of cutting edge technologies. Over our short existence, ForwardWorks has established itself as a key player in the development of military industry, and it continues to play an important role in shaping the future of military and civil collaboration. With our focus on innovation and partnerships, ForwardWorks is well positioned to help the Air Force and Wisconsin meet the challenges of the future. And we have a lot of challenges. I don't know if you watch the news ever, as far as national defense, and just we as a military, we have challenges. And one quote that I have here, it's General Charles Q. Brown, the Air Force Chief of Staff, said that in order to meet the national security challenges that we face today, we must transform our culture to one that values innovation, collaboration, and accountability. We must move with a sense of urgency in order to rise to the challenges of tomorrow. We must accelerate change or we will lose. Now, that's a really powerful quote, and especially powerful for those of us who are honored to wear this uniform every day. But to say that we must accelerate change or we will lose, I take that very seriously. And that is why I'm here today. And that's why I'm so passionate, and why David and Colonel Zaccaro and many of us are really passionate about working with people like you, people who are here to bring innovation and change, and really those first steps of changing the military to be more innovative. The military needs innovation to succeed, and today we all have the opportunity to hear from leaders in the field and learn about the latest innovations, funding opportunities, and resources available to help us develop our smart data solutions. So I'm really excited about taking the opportunity to learn and network and be inspired and hopefully meet a lot of you. And I really hope that you enjoy this first AI Summit, and thank you.
Good morning. I'm Colonel Adria Zuccaro, and I'm the wing commander of the 128th, which is right down the street. We have the KC-135, and we're the Wisconsin Air National Guard. So I'm more of a representation of the end user. We have those 10 KC-135s that average about 60 to 65 years old. So that platform is not going to be upgraded anytime soon. But we depend on the innovation that has come our way to change the innards. It changes how we interact and are able to see the common operating picture in a war zone. All those innards are state of the art. So even though our airplane's old, we depend on these kind of summits and your types of businesses to allow us to fly that old airplane in a modern day war scenario. So I'm very pleased to see so many people interested in coming out and trying to figure out the government and how to work through that bureaucracy, because it is real. I do think that right now is a great time to do that. In that there's a real effort throughout the military to accelerate that change. They recognize that the acquisition system is a bit daunting. I can't say that it's going to greatly improve, but I think it's really important that we have these types of programs that really work to make sure that the young crews that I asked to go fly out in the middle of the Pacific have the latest technology so that they can see what else is out there and deliver what they need to. So thanks for coming today. Really appreciate it. Stop by the 128th sometime. We're your hometown Air Force here in Milwaukee.
I just want to say that that I am reminded that we are here today because of an award that we have with the Small Business Administration that funded the majority of this event in partnership with the Wisconsin Air National Guard. And I also want to point out that because the Wisconsin Air National Guard, we're trying to find ways to better demystify the communication, the use cases that technologies and products would need to align with in order to meet the needs of folks in the Air Force. So these partners have been really instrumental of educating us, finding other ways to help educate you guys. And so please do network with them so that we can keep expanding the reach of our impact with the Department of Defense. With that said, speaking of expanding the reach, I want to bring up Ed Javier here with the Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation. It is because of the WDC that CTC provides no-cost services and even offers programs like our microgrant to help you identify and work with a grant consultant when you are ready to do an SBIR. And also when you do win an SBIR, it's because of the WDC that we are able to provide the SBIR matching grant. Wisconsin is one of the few states that has a matching grant program. So it's another non-dilutive grant to help move the business activities forward that your federal award does not pay for. So with that, I want to bring up Ed to talk about WDC as a resource.
Thank you, Adela, and good morning. So first thing I did this morning was look at what photo did I send her to make sure I'm not wearing the same thing. So that's always one of my first rules, is always make sure you don't do that. I'm a last minute person from WDC, Ed Javier. My role at WDC is Director of Partnerships, and I'm with the Division of Entrepreneurship and Innovation. All right. Adela mentioned how we partner with CTC. My path actually with CTC goes a little further back. I was actually on a team that we had a supposedly startup, and we were trying to figure out, hey, is this something that we could do? And we actually went through one of the CTC programs. Fast forward, I'm working at WDC now and helping fund that great organization. So thank you for the great work that you guys are doing. I mentioned entrepreneurship. So there's a lot of entrepreneurs here with their companies and their startups. Please reach out. We have programs that can assist you. And then also on the innovation side, right? What we're doing here today also fits that. So that's why we love getting involved in this event and with Adela. And kind of, since I was last minute, I'm like, what am I gonna say tomorrow, right? So I use this little tool that I've been using lately for my job to help me be more efficient. And that's, I have to read a lot of articles. So I have to know about med, right? Anything medical, to the other side of technology, all the different technologies. So I read all these articles and it takes a long time. But this new tool, I can just dump PDFs in there and it summarizes it for me. So last night I said, oh, I'm going to play around, and I have this intro to give tomorrow. So I'm going to read you guys what this intro came out. I'm looking forward to seeing experts, innovations in the field of AI to gather and discuss the latest advancements and share their vision for building a sustainable AI ecosystem. This event provides a platform for exchanging ideas and insights, exploring new technologies and applications, and networking with industry professionals. Our hope is that the event will drive progress and foster collaboration in the development of AI solutions that benefit society and the state of Wisconsin. Whether you are a seasoned AI practitioner or just starting out, you will have the opportunity to learn, connect, and contribute to the future of AI. Not bad. So that was ChatGPT, so I have to give him credit. And Jonathan, I think you're next.
I think we've talked about student work and making sure students do their own work. So we'll have a chat about that later. Ed. And last, I do want to bring up Jonathan. We've had the pleasure of working with Jonathan for just a short period of time, but we've done a lot of stuff in that short period of time. We worked with NMDSI when we were working together for the NSF Engines grant. And then we said, well, let's go ahead and keep that conversation going with a summit. And so he generously donated some of his staff to kind of help us put this all together. But also, more importantly, I want you guys to know about the great faculty and resources that are available as part of the Institute. And I hope that you guys will leverage this as a chance to learn a little bit more about what they're trying to do, what they are doing, and what you guys can do together.
Thank you, Idella, for the warm welcome. On behalf of the Northwestern Mutual Data Science Institute, and to reiterate, a landmark academic corporate partnership between Northwestern Mutual, Marquette University, and the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, we welcome you here today in support of Wisconsin AI Summit. Founded in 2018 as a center of excellence, the NMDSI's goal is to foster opportunities to expand partnerships. So I'm looking to make connections in the room and to drive a robust data science and AI ecosystem in the region with a focus on research, innovation, talent, and community engagement. To reiterate Idella's welcome, we join you, our guests, today's esteemed panelists, local leaders, and our close partners and co-host CTC to enable a shared ecosystem to, quote, develop best practices in AI and ML technology adoption, use cases for product development, and exploring opportunities for commercialization and funding, close quote. That was from Idella's team, not ChatGPT. With today's event centered on enabling business communities to come together to discuss current and emerging advances to technology and business impact, it is our hope that we inspire new ideas, new partnerships, as well as the ability to seize momentum to access resources to accelerate our work. As we embark on this amazing lineup today, again, welcome to NM's Cream City Labs, an innovation center specifically designed for this purpose. So we welcome you. Thank you.
So to keep it going, we have a tight schedule. So I would invite the first panel and the moderator to come up. And while they're coming up, I'll just go ahead and level set this conversation here today. My interest for the day is that you can leverage these conversations towards SBIR and STTR submissions. And so I will hope and encourage you to ask questions. Ask what you think is a dumb question. We want to understand processes and people and how to work together, because that's going to be the makings of a good SBIR submission. So with that said, we are going to have our first panel here today. They're going to help us level set on what AI and ML are, overview AI ML adoption challenges, and how to think about resources, including talent in this emerging technology space. And I will give you cues as we get closer to the end. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? Good? Excellent. All right. So in a second, I'm going to let the panelists introduce themselves, but my name is Matthew Friedel. I wear a couple different hats. I'm the director of the UWM Innovation Incubator. I teach an AI class at UWM, graduate level. And then I'm also co-founder of Milwaukee Venture Partners, which is an angel network, and we fund startups. So I'm very familiar with this space. Our goal today is to give you concrete, actionable information in the AI space. So I have a list of questions here I'm going to ask the panelists, but we have plenty of time for you to ask your questions later on. So when we get started here, Lauren, maybe you could start, give us a little bit about your background.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here, a representative from Northwestern Mutual. I joined the company in March 2020, so coming up on 3 years. I lead up our compliance and underwriting teams representing data science in those areas. Also have had roles over the couple of years I've been here within our planning experience, managed investments, and illustrations teams. So really happy to be here. Before I came to Northwestern Mutual, I was in the transportation logistics startup world, wrote a bunch of patents, did some data science innovation in that world for over a decade. Our company got bought by Qualcomm. And so that was a really good adventure, leading companies into understanding what AI ML is, how you can use data science for monetization in your business.
Go ahead, Matt.
Thanks. My name is Matt Nash. I lead Kairos Technologies, which is a venture studio based out of Madison. I'm a software developer myself. Quickly got lost in the ranks of executive leadership in the insurance industry and found opportunities to advance some technology where it seemed there was really a gap between what I was seeing in my personal experience and interest and hobbies what I was seeing applied in industry, right? So worked really hard to close that gap and built some good teams that did that. And this most recent venture was launched in May of 2022 and is really focused on growing new product portfolios to close gaps in the healthcare space specifically, right? I think we all know that that's an area that needs a lot of attention. So we're all kind of passionately chipping away at that, creating new technologies, new services to approach that. So thank you.
Go ahead, Don.
Yes, good morning. I'm Don Cody. See a lot of familiar faces here from an organization that was started a few years ago called Advancing AI Wisconsin. I'm currently the president of Valor Technologies based here in Milwaukee. We're a managed services, managed security solutions provider, primarily in the cybersecurity business. I know we have a diverse audience of both entrepreneurs, business owners, practitioners, academics today, and we're excited to share some of our concepts and ideas together. It's good to be here with you.
So Don, we're going to stay with you and you're going to kick it off here and you're going to tell us what exactly is AI and machine learning.
All right, great. So, I don't know if you can, anybody can really guess, but AI was actually invented in 1951 by a professor and their team in Oxford University. And the first real proven AI system was adept at playing the game of checkers. So I want to keep this kind of brief but provide you a good sort of base understanding for the remainder of the panel and the day here. So artificial intelligence, really in layman's terms and simple terms, is the technology that allows in the study and the process of mimicking human behavior and human decision making. There's really the superset of this is artificial intelligence, but within that, in terms of concentric circles or inside of that is machine learning. We're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about a subset of that around neural networks. And then at that core, sort of the most advanced topic here being deep learning. Artificial intelligence, there's really sort of three primary types. Artificial narrow intelligence, that would be specifically targeted at solving narrowly defined problems. Artificial general intelligence, or AGI, which is more broadly applied to making better decisions. And in the future, we'll be talking about artificial superintelligence. And that's sort of the stuff that the sci-fi industry is heavily concentrated on. Some of the examples for AI are things like Google search. When you pull up a browser and you're looking for a particular search term, behind the scenes, Google's using lots of artificial intelligence to help you deliver that result. Uber, Lyft, ride-sharing services, believe it or not, they use a lot of AI for things like route optimization and the like. So that's the big topic, artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Don. So Lauren, maybe you could enlighten us. What are the challenges for adapting AI projects in an organization? Sounds like you have a lot of experience in that.
Yes, it is a big barrier to entry for a lot of companies. I think the biggest challenge is the unknown. When we were pioneering the use of data science in the transportation logistics space, I would get a lot of responses from the executives about, Lauren, you're bringing me this black magic. What's going on? What is this black box you're talking about? I don't understand. And we were fortunate enough with the models we were building for those companies to have a really quick response rate. So we were predicting drivers that would turn over. We were predicting accidents and things like that. So we could predict a week out. And so we were able to actually do blind validations, and we'd say, okay, give me your data. Let's take your data from last week and let's predict what would happen this week. And then we'll wait the whole week and then we'll see what would happen. So we actually had ground truth information. And when their eyes popped out of their head going, oh my gosh, this is our most tenured driver. He's never had an accident. He's driven 1 million miles and he had an accident that week. They would just look at me and go, how did you know? And it wasn't, my black magic. It was the breadcrumbs in the data that were showing some patterns that the model was able to pick up on. So we were able to use that quick return rate to be able to prove and get believers out of the companies. So that was a simple way. Now, when I came to Northwestern Mutual, we had already implemented some models and we were in this space. One of the biggest challenges companies have is, for example, when we kicked off our straight through processing underwriting models last year, our underwriters were saying, okay, well, so I'm out of a job because your models are taking over for us? No, right? Just like when the computers came in, many years ago, people said, oh, we're going to be out of jobs. No, humans are still doing the expert work. They're just doing better and more important work. So our underwriters, in our case, our models are taking the easier cases and making decisions on them, and their underwriters are being used for complex cases where humans need intervention. They need to review materials, they need to review x-rays, they need to review attending physician statements, et cetera. So the barrier to entry is getting people to understand how the models will interact in the business, saving money, building efficiencies, and in some cases, repurposing humans to do what humans are best at and letting the computers and the machines do the easy stuff.
Thank you. So that's a great segue to Matt, because we talked a conversation when I came here today that data is the new oil. So you are working specifically on a project around generative synthetic data. Can you talk about that, please?
Yeah, thanks. And Lauren, really appreciated that call out to speaking in terms of business value. So often that's a difficulty, right? Especially for technologists and experts in the space to translate your work into that, and to also translate the challenges. And one of the big challenges we all know is that there may be a prolific amount of data. There may be a little data, but there might be a lot. However much of it is actually useful, though, is in question, right? Getting to that useful data, preparing it for use, and making sure you've got enough to train a balanced model, getting even the business to understand the metrics that come out of that model that data drives are challenging. Those are big challenges to overcome too. Part of how we've solved that problem, and in general, you see this addressed in a lot of different industries. I think insurance is actually where we come from. That's a little slow on the uptake, is this synthetic data proliferation. So you can oversample data. There's a lot of different tricks you can do in the space, but we saw early on in self-driving cars that it didn't make a lot of sense to put these cars into intersections to let them learn, right? For obvious reasons. You can have test courses, but those don't really simulate real world conditions to the extent that you'd like. So we see this propagation of synthetic data. And I think many of you are probably familiar with synthetic data in its many forms. Specifically, we work with generative structured data. So that's one way to bolster a data set, oversample a minority class in a responsible way. That isn't just simply changing some names around, right? Where you're going to artificially extrapolate some things that you wouldn't necessarily want to. So that's a huge barrier that we've experienced, and that's at least one way that we've gone about trying to solve that in a practical way.
Thank you, Matt. Question for you, Don. So we probably have some small businesses out there. We have some military personnel. We have researchers. How will I and my company need to reskill or upskill in this AI space? So we have a definition. We have an understanding of the challenges inside the organization, the need for good data. But how do we upskill and reskill in this space, Don?
Yeah, so I think there's two dimensions to that, Matt. One is on the technical side, right? You're talking about software engineers, IT professionals who understand how to write algorithms. They know programming languages like Python and R and Lisp and those types of things. I mean, you have to be able to have some technology expertise, either in-house or through university relationships or consulting firms, et cetera, because in order to build AI, you have to know the technology, right? But on the other hand, you got the business side of things. And even the technologists need to understand the business use, the use case, the value, the return on investment for not only the pilot projects, but also turning these into mainstream, products for the organization. Another dimension of the skilling piece is collaboration and teamwork. I mean, nothing gets done around these AI projects without an integrated team, right? So team skills, communication skills, very important, particularly for the entrepreneurs in the audience that are short-staffed, small budgets. A day like today is all about finding partners to collaborate with in this space to help you in your endeavor and also share your knowledge. So integrated teams, I believe is absolutely essential, and all the team skills that go along with that.
Thank you, Don. This is a general question. Maybe Lauren, you can take this, or Matt, you can chime in. This is going to be important. How do I monetize or create an ROI for my AI project? Lauren, maybe you want to take a stab at that one. It sounds like you have some experience with it.
Yeah, there's a number of different ways to look at it. You can look at it as, if you're using AI for marketing purposes, what are your increased sales as a result of the models and the AI work? In terms of other AI models, there's efficiencies built in. So how many people are we able to repurpose to different work because the models are taking over? There's a way to monetize there. Building in a lot of what we're looking at right now in our underwriting process is we're taking cases that used to take 60 days to process, that we're processing automatically straight through with no human intervention in 2 days. So looking at cycle time reduction, we're also looking at using data rather than invasive needles and uncomfortable doctor visits in our underwriting process. So there's the customer experience, which is really hard to put a value on, but polling our customers and understanding is a way to value the models as well. So, I mean, you can look at it depending on your use case in a number of different ways.
Matt, what are your thoughts on that, creating an ROI or monetizing? It seems like you have experience with this.
Yeah, certainly. And I agree with everything Lauren said, right? To speak to them first in terms of how they measure success today, there you will inevitably approach a point, though, where you're doing things that have an intrinsic value or holistic value far beyond the way that they're used to measuring value. There's a book that really helped me called Prediction Machines. I strongly recommend it. It's called, I think the subtitle is The Simple Economics of Machine Learning. The idea is that inference has always been around. We've always done inference as a species, right? And especially in these high intellectual labor jobs, like Lauren was talking about, there's a lot of that, a lot of inference going on. The major catalyst, and it compares it to arithmetic becoming vanishingly inexpensive with the computing revolution in the 50s, is that now inference is becoming vanishingly inexpensive. And that's just like you couldn't have sometimes predicted the communications revolution that would have come from mathematics becoming so cheap. There are going to be a lot of implications of inference becoming so cheap. So we can measure those, success in those terms, but it also kind of demands a new way of thinking that you can begin to evangelize in the organization, to talk about the cost of inference, to think about, how much more analysis can we do, net new analysis? How can we augment our capabilities? And then what are the outcomes on our business model? It might be that the business model itself needs to be reexamined, right? So it's pretty complex in terms of the way that they measure success today, right? A lot of those inference jobs have measures in place. And if you can speak in those terms, that's what's best.
Thank you, Matt. I want to come back to the upskilling piece, and Don, maybe you can answer this one, because you mentioned a key term, teams. And I get the question sometimes in the AI machine learning space, do I need to know code? Is it all just coders? Maybe can you talk a little bit about the different roles that they're going to be inside the organization, and what your opinion is on that? Is it just all coding, or what are the other aspects associated with having a successful project?
Yeah, I see that, it starts at the core of what are we building? What problem are we trying to solve? So that can come from the sales organization or the marketing organization or anybody who's saying, are we doing AI for AI's sake, or are we doing it to bring more value to a customer or solve a customer problem? So it could start, the impetus for it can come from any part of the organization. It might be leadership, it might be sales or marketing. But then you got to put a team together, an integrated team, right? So you got people from different parts of the organization that are going to work together on this. And there needs to be a common language and understanding for them to work against, a clear objective on what are we trying to do with this model and algorithm and data, and what are we trying to learn from the AI pilot we're building. So it has to have sort of a cross-functional nature. But then at the end of the day, you have to have the talent to build the model. I believe that over time, just like we've seen with other emerging technologies, these inference engines and models are going to continue to be available in the market. So you don't have to necessarily build it from scratch. You can reuse, grab off the shelf and reuse and tweak. That will accelerate the speed to results, and it'll probably sort of reduce the technical complexity of what an organization needs to have in-house. But you still need to be able to run a model and train a model and look at the data you're feeding it, particularly your proprietary data, to get outcomes and outputs. So just a few thoughts on that.
Lauren, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and I'll chime in about the cross-functional nature of a project team within data science. I mean, our teams, we have, some of the core functionality, engineers, data scientists, data analysts that are building dashboards and inferences from those. But we also partner in the underwriting space with our legal partners, privacy, security, making sure our data is safe and robust. We partner with our program managers and product officers and sales and make sure that we're all on the same page. So it's really a cross-functional team, and glad to see we have some of those partners here with us today. But it takes a village, really, when you look at it. So it's not just, oh, we need a couple data scientists, or if we hire a couple engineers, we're going to be good to go. It's really a cross-functional team that makes it happen.
So this is the last question before we go to the audience. In our email conversations, we talked about, what are the trends? And I'm sure everybody has a ChatGPT question on there, but maybe Lauren, we'll start with you. What are the trends that you're seeing in kind of the AI space? If I was a small business or as an academic or as military, what trends would you be looking at?
Yeah, I'd say ChatGPT is the biggest one right now, and Google just announced their version. There's a lot of freak out going on in the industry right now, right? Everybody, particularly academia, how do we get kids to write papers and have, synthetic or not authentic communication? So that's one thing that's really top of mind. But other trends, I think, are what Matt alluded to in synthetic data. How do we use data that's not authentically generated, but is valid, is secure, is reliable, so that we can use that to train and test our models. We're looking at some examples to test our models for some edge cases that you wouldn't get necessarily in the real world on a regular basis. So those are some things. The other things I would say is around unsupervised learning. That's a bigger piece of the puzzle right now, where we don't have all the answers. So we're building clustering models or other things to understand with our AI and ML models.
So maybe if we could define that a little bit, supervised learning would be, we know what the categories are. It's an apple, it's an orange, it's a banana. Unsupervised learning, we're looking for clusters or trends underneath the data. So I go to the grocery store, I go to Pick and Save, I give them my frequent shopper card. They notice that I buy a lot of Tombstone pizzas. And people who buy Tombstone pizzas also like to buy something else. So you're trying to look for patterns in the trends so that you can extract knowledge out of that data. Is that fair?
You got it. You passed the test. Thank you.
Matt, what do you think about trends? And we'll get back to ChatGPT for a second, but I'd like your opinion on what you think a trend is that a business owner, military, or academic might need.
Yeah, thanks for that. Generative artificial intelligence in general. So we think of it in terms of synthetic data at our company, but there's Midjourney out there, there's Stable Diffusion. Art itself is totally turned on its head, right? So any art that's existed before, you can kind of replicate for yourself, and you can use this. In fact, when we're generating new companies, we create the logos with Midjourney. That's what we do. And we go from there. Then we import them and add our actual name to them and things like that. It's hugely disruptive. And when ChatGPT, and I hate to keep hammering on that, but when that hit the market, Google went into red alert. If Google went into red alert, what are you doing, right? Google was already pretty close to the cutting edge. What are companies that traffic in data as their main commodity? What are they doing? That's a huge trend this year. I think we're going to see a lot of mainstream companies catching up to the thinking that goes into generative AI, because it is now ubiquitous. There's no putting that back in the box. So I agree with that.
So Don, I'd like your thoughts on this. But one point that was interesting. So yesterday, Microsoft announced that behind the scenes of Bing, and yes, Bing is still around, is going to be ChatGPT. So I agree. I think Google right now is all hands on deck, wondering, because there is a serious threat to their very, very profitable search business. But Don, what do you think about trends?
Well, I mean, I think every industry we're seeing has use cases, you can read about basically on a daily, weekly basis. For the first phase, I believe a lot of the value of AI from an industry and a personal perspective has been, how can I help somebody do their job better? So it's virtual assistants, it's chatbots, it's, finding a recipe on your Alexa at home or running music. I mean, those are all kind of, to me, the first wave. I think we'll see more and more of that. How do you help a surgeon do surgery better? How do you use the technology to help somebody do their day job or have a better quality of life? The next big wave, I think, is all going to be around things like, advanced robotics, having robots that can, make better decisions on their own using some of the neural network thinking and the like. So that's sort of autonomous AI. Autonomous vehicles would be an example there. Self-running cars, self-running buses, et cetera. And then, if lots of us continue to build applications in this space, who knows what the barriers will break through 10, 20 years from now will be.
So before we get to audience questions, maybe one additional point to make. Facebook, Meta, just had their earnings announcement. And in that announcement, they used the word AI 19 times. And they added $24 to their share price, or $100 billion in market cap. So they have embraced this. And again, to Matt's point, if Google is worried about it and Facebook is worried about it, you should be worried about it. So if you have questions, we can take them. I'll repeat the question. Go ahead, sir. I will do my best to repeat that question. So you're essentially saying AI in the military, and to paraphrase, machines with guns. The one thing, and maybe the panel can chime in on here, is we did not talk about the ethics of AI. And we did talk about the teams and all the diverse nature that we need. But maybe either Lauren or Matt can chime in. There has to be a social scientist on that team worried about the consequences of implementing that project. Maybe Matt, you could start off, and then Lauren, you could chime in.
Yeah, I appreciate that. In fact, we try to sow that in every member of the team. There can't be one cop in the group who's trying to enforce everything. In fact, it has to be part of your ethics to begin with. To directly address the question, we worked in a prior role with a lot of federal data. And if you're making decisions with federal data, the feds want to know how you're making those decisions. And there's certain types of models that are just not suitable. They might even be better. They might lead to better outcomes. But unless you can carefully explain how a decision was reached, we never mounted guns on anything. We're in the federal healthcare space. But that's still very important. If you approve or deny a claim, for example, you've got to be able to explain why you did that on behalf of a federal agency, right? And so explainability is really important. It limits your tool set a little bit. There's no question about it. You're limited really to shallow algos where you can say, these combination of factors are really what we led to. Now, there's a lot of work going into wresting explainability out of neural networks and deep learning systems. But for at least the very practical applications early on the ground, we're really dealing with a limited subset of the machine learning tools that are available in order to address that very issue.
Lauren, I know that you're not part of the military, but maybe you can chime in about the ethical aspects of working on projects and how you view that from a ML standpoint.
Yes, thank you for letting me dodge that bullet. No pun intended, right? We are doing a lot of work around here in terms of the ethics of AI. We've had a summit here a year back where we talked about the concept. It's really a hot topic right now. When you look at the underwriting space, we look at things. There are legal ramifications of what we can and can't do. Even though certain features are legally able to be used in an underwriting process, we'll take it a step further and we say, should we use this just because we can? Should we? And we really analyze it with our legal team, with our business partners. And there are a lot of variables that we choose not to use that I will admit would make our models much better if we were to use them, but it's just not the right thing to do. When you think about it, if it were known in the public that we were using X, how would that affect our reputation? So we're choosing to do the right thing, even though the legal way would be we could use things. We're choosing not to just because it's not the ethically right thing to do. So we're taking ethics in AI very seriously here.
So I think every project is going to have a lot of checks and balances. And maybe one of the panelists can refresh my memory if I say this incorrectly. Wasn't it Microsoft that built a Twitter chatbot? And then people were pinging it with inappropriate things, and then it was mimicking it back. So good intentions to create something that was potentially having value, but there was unintended consequences associated with it. Are you familiar with that, Matt? Maybe chime in.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that. And they had to shut it down, right? Because we all know what Twitter's like, and it became the typical Twitter user pretty quickly. When you look at 11 Labs, who recently released an incredible beta that is a voice synthesis. You could take my audio from today, feed it into that algorithm, and then make me say anything on an audio track. You can imagine what they've been up to with that. So you've got to really be careful. You got to think not just in terms of how we're going to use this tool, but how could this tool be abused? And then be prepared to react very quickly, because it doesn't take them long. So,
other audience questions? Go ahead, Iqbal. The best tip I can do from an academic perspective is hide it from your students. That's the best thing that you can do. Anybody want to chime in on tips on ChatGPT?
I would start with it's probabilistic. So you just keep running it. If it doesn't do what you want at first, it might not even be the prompt. There is a whole art behind prompt craft now with the NLP behind these engines. So if you're at all Midjourney folks at all, there are whole channels on their Discord dedicated to here's how you do the prompt. And half the time you'll copy 3/4 of the prompt from somebody else because you like the way something turned out, and then put your own terms in the front of it. So there's a lot of NLP behind this, and getting to know how that works and then just iterating a lot is how I've made great use of it. I mean, I use it for my board updates. I use it for everything. It's good. A lot of times easier to react to something than it is to start something. So that's how I personally use it often.
Why don't you chime in, Don, and then I have a comment.
I would just say, so my view of tips is in the genre of best practices. And as I said earlier, I think having clarity on the problem that's being solved and having the team focus on that for the pilot. A lot of times a model after it's run a period of time will unveil some new problem sets. And the tendency is to say, well, why don't we go over here or over here? And before you know it, the team could be trying to, boil the ocean, solve the initial problem, figure out how to monetize that, and then maybe start a second or third or fourth initiative. That would be my view.
Lauren, you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I'll add on to what Don was just saying. I feel like you can either boil the ocean or you can get down a rabbit hole and keep going and then get so off topic from what you started with. So really make sure that where you started is where you want to, what the results you get is what you were targeting.
So one of the panelists is going to correct me here, the Forbes article that I sent out, which kind of blew my mind. So we're at ChatGPT, call it version 3. They are working on version 4 right now that is built on much, much more data. So if you think about it only from writing you a poem or a story or something like that, think about being able to generate video or thinking about being able to do something we haven't even thought about yet. So there's going to be so many innovations in this space. it's going to be just crazy. So any panelists have any opinion on that, or I can ping another question from the audience?
You know, one of the most harrowing exercises I have ever undertaken was we've got a generative health encounter engine that we've created based on Medcan. And it's a line of claim data, like somebody went to the doctor, except of course this patient and doctor do not exist. And I pasted that into ChatGPT and I said, give me a physician summary of this. And it was remarkable. It extrapolated all the CPT codes, ICD-10 codes, all of that, and actually gave a narrative description of this thing that never happened. And all I did was take a row of our data with labels. I mean, there was no other input. So it's pretty incredible what things can manifest from this, that it's difficult to even quantify the value and the changes that are going to occur as a result.
A lot of disruptions. Other questions? Go ahead, sir.
So inexpensive. Obviously not sustainable, right? This is obviously a market where they can bring a lot of in, allow people to utilize the Domity on the platform without making any money right now. Where do you see TED actually being able to make money?
Well,
I'm going to summarize the question just so for the people online. So how does
Without it actually just destroying us, like all this, now we're all spending $1,000.
how is ChatGPT and OpenAI going to make money in the future, Don? Or anyone?
I mean, I believe we've seen waves of this in the IT industry over time in terms of seeding the market with a new technology to try to become the platform. The platform of choice is always the holy grail and the battleground. We're all talking about the product, the name right now, right? One might argue it's already becoming a platform like Kleenex, right? So that success, they'll figure out how to monetize it over time when it's on everybody's lips. I mean, I think it's that simple.
Well, Google, and Matt, you can chime in then. Google is terrified of this because why can't that become the de facto thing that you search for your things rather than the Google search? And they make massive amounts of money off of advertising because it's very successful. Go ahead, Matt, if you want to chime in.
Sure. And one of the things that, so we do this, right? We're designing revenue models for our early stage products. And one of the things to remember is that the expensive and difficult part is the training of GPT 2, 3, now Chat GPT. Inference, the actual is close to a constant time operation and costs relatively little compared. So when you're using it, right, when you're extracting value from the tool is not when it's costing them as much money, right? A lot of the R&D up front, a lot of the training and the resources used to do that. So they can make it vanishingly inexpensive to a degree now because the inference is cheap. It doesn't take a lot. Our claim engine can generate, 1,000 claims in 30 seconds, which is just unbelievable, right? So it's this whole scale, but it takes weeks to train that model in order for it to be of any value to anyone. So one of our challenges that I think you're going to see in the marketplace is how do you create a revenue model that's appealing to customers that is value-based, right? So our thinking is we should boost those prices, the consumption prices, because people, that's where they're realizing value. And then, try to bury the costs of actually training the model, building the model. So it is a challenge. And you're right that the value is a little off from where the costs are. So I would expect to see that those models change a little bit and it'll become a very high margin industry.
Over here, question, please. So how do we deal with deep fakes and fraud in medical issues? Anybody want to chime in on that one?
I can only speak as far as structured data. So that's obviously not what you asked about, so I'll keep it brief. In the realm of structured data, we have a number of measures that we're using, but I'll tell you those measures, first and second order stats, are that's how we're telling how good our tech is by trying to detect whether it's fake or not. And we've got the kind of people who can know. So that is a major challenge. I'm afraid I don't have your answer, but we measure the quality of our tech by how difficult or impossible it is to differentiate from ground truth. And that's truly what we're already in that arms race, right? To make sure that it's as realistic and authentic as possible.
Maybe I'll chime in on that. Just like there are always hackers out there, right? But there's hackers that are called white hackers, and their job is to make sure NM or whatever organization does not get hacked. So there will be opportunities. Somebody should write an SBI grant about making a AI model that detects bad AI models. There you go. You're welcome. I will partner with that after that. Go ahead, Matt.
Well, actually, one of our engineers came to me with an idea the other day of deliberately trying to weight and sabotage machine learning models as a service. So a little bit of a white hacker approach, but actually trying in bad faith to weight a model to do things it shouldn't do, or to poison the model so that it's not very effective. We kind of hypothesized over coffee that morning that might be a job in the future, that somebody's really trying to poison AI or mislead AI in ways to uncover flaws with the underlying model or encoding.
Go ahead, Don.
I think over the next couple of days, there's a cybersecurity and AI dimension to the conference. But in our space where we live in cybersecurity, it's one-upsmanship. It's what are the bad actors doing? What are we doing to combat the bad actors? And when you introduce AI into that battle, it's going to get more and more intense over time. But the good news is we'll keep trying to come up with ways to prevent the bad actors from doing what they're trying to do.
Yeah, unfortunately, I tell my students, seeing is no longer believing. And with deep fakes and the magnitude of the accuracy of it, it is a scary situation. There has to be players in that space that are actively auditing and looking at that to make sure that they're, again, back to the ethical aspect of it in terms of that space. Another question. Go ahead, sir. Anybody have a favorite AI use case?
I'll go first. It's our generative engine. I mean, that was such a pipe dream to us when we first thought of it. We saw a paper published by Brad Malin out of Vanderbilt that said there's this MedGAN that they had used a generative adversarial network to replicate electronic health records. And we thought, boy, we just tried to do this predictive analytics thing, and it wasn't maybe as good as it could have been because we didn't have enough orthopedic surgeries, right? And so what if we could just make a lot more orthopedic surgeries? Wouldn't that be cool? And it turns out you can absolutely do that with a conditional engine. So that was probably our most exciting project.
Probably the favorite use case that I tell my students is with like medical imaging. So if you feed an AI system pictures of benign tumors and cancerous tumors, and then it can predict with some level of accuracy whether a new image that you produce it is cancerous or not. What's interesting about that is you're not taking away the doctor. To Lauren's point, you're supplementing what they do best. You're helping them get to a diagnosis much faster. InsoData is a company out of Madison. That's what they do. They essentially are like a sleep apnea company. They have fed it a whole bunch of information, and they can help doctors get to a diagnosis much quicker. I think that's where there's many, many opportunities on the medical side. Other questions? Go ahead, sir. Can you kind of summarize that question for when you answer to?
Sure. So the question is around the underwriting space where we're using AI to make a risk selection on claims. How do we put some guardrails in place, and what are those guardrails so that that we're doing the right thing for the business and the models handling the cases appropriately? So I'll answer that in a couple different ways. So one is in determining what a complex case is or a lower complexity case. We have those guardrails put in place based on characteristics of the application. And so by doing that, the model runs, and we're keeping it in defined parameters that our actuaries are comfortable with, that we're doing the right thing for the business. On the second side, we have a set of rules that run on the backside that catch those edge cases. And in some cases, we say, hey, model, you missed this case. We're going to auto approve it. In the majority of the cases, we say, nope, this is a fringe case that the model probably would have seen 2 cases in, and the 2 million we looked at in the training set, we're knocking it out. So we want a human to look at this. So when we put the models in production before my time back in 2018, our first series of models, every time we had a human check them at the end. So the model would run and then a human would look and kind of do a manual check off. Now we're a couple years later, we've had validations from the models. Now we're comfortable straight through processing those cases. But the model defines what complexity means.
Yeah, that's a really great question.
Can you summarize it?
I'm sorry. The question was, if you're if you're training a machine learning model, one of the approaches to balance your data set is to oversample. How do you avoid the bias that inevitably introduces with generative data? And the short answer, without getting too technical, is a lot of very special encoding mechanisms, not just using autoencoders. And I'll be happy to get technical with you later if you like. But the idea is that there should be an authentic distribution in the seed data, the ground truth data that you give it. If you don't feel that distribution is authentic, you're not going to get authentic results out of that. And so whether or not you sample multiple years or how you do that, that ground truth data set is going to be really important to curate carefully so that you can use that to extrapolate the kind of insights you're looking for.
We have about 10 minutes left, and a question in the back there, please. I think you stumped us. Go ahead, Matt.
I have a great resource. I was never an academic in the sense you were, but I was just a regular old software developer. I still consider myself a regular old software developer. But how I brief myself, there's a really great podcast called Machine Learning Guide by a fellow named Tyler Ranelli. It's very, very good. For a while, he worked with an agency called Dept, and I can't recommend that enough. It's very approachable. He approaches it sort of as a syllabus, where he'll give you strings to pull for things you're particularly interested in. Makes a lot of references to Andrew Ng's open source courses, introductory courses. And those I recommend to anybody as well. But it's called Machine Learning Guide. I'll plug it. Tyler Ranelli, really great resource.
And I would say another thing, in the university setting is just leveraging grad students. They want to get experience. They want to have some real world data, real world problems to solve. So I know a lot of statistics, data science areas. You said you're working already with the computer science department. I would imagine they'd be happy to get working with you, have some discussions, just so they can get some practical experience as well.
I think just the fact that, and then I'll get to a question over the fact that you're here, interested in collaborating and learning about this this is the forum in order to be able to do that, to be able to connect with other academics and businesses and gain the experience from that. So that would be my suggestion. Question over there. So two questions. How do you stay up to date? And I think the podcast is an example of that. And then when are the models good enough? And my comment on that second piece is that you're always maintaining those and you're always trying to improve them. You're always trying to validate them. And that in and of itself is a job. It's a sustainer, right? Inside an organization. Somebody's going to be in charge of that particular project. Anybody have any resources on how to stay up to date? I belong to so many different Facebook groups and so many different LinkedIn groups. It's overwhelming sometimes, but it's challenging. Anybody have another resource besides a podcast?
There are some great blogs, find some key figures that resonate, especially in your field. I'm sure there are plenty. Endering's one for me. I read his blog posts all the time. His insights to me are especially applicable. So there are certainly going to be some industry experts who have their finger on the pulse. They're the ones actually pulling the research, right? And reading all the research and determining what they think is relevant to the current problem set. So that's a good group to follow.
So interestingly enough, and we got a couple of minutes left here, when we were having email chat about this panel, I sent out a Forbes article saying these are the trends for 2023. So at a very high level, you can see kind of, and that's where I learned that, ChatGPT is going to have a new version coming out with much more data inside of it. So I think that's an easy low-hanging fruit and be able to take a look at that. Anybody else want to chime in on other resources, or maybe we can take another question?
I know some folks on my team host meetups in the area. I'm sure there's plenty in Madison area. There's plenty in the Milwaukee area where, us data nerds I'd like to call ourselves, get together and just chat about some of these things and just have those kind of open office hours where people get together. So I feel like those are really good forums as well.
Maybe you have time for one more question. Trying to pick somebody who hasn't. All right, Iqbal, you get to take us home. All right. Anybody have an opinion on quantum computing and AI?
It's going to get weird, right? It's going to get real weird. Just the amount of compute that's required for this stuff is astronomical. As he indicated, the theory existed in 1951. The reason it's propagating now is that our computing researchers are finally able to live up to the theory. And so that's a singularity tier weirdness. I don't mean to get too sci-fi, but with that, we've seen that the applicability of AI scales exponentially with the sophistication of computing resources already. That's known. So once you get into quantum computing, it's difficult to even imagine where we'll end up.
I spent a lot of my career with IBM Corporation, one of the inventors of quantum computing. And, IBM was always focused on those grand scale challenges like weather monitoring and things that you need a lot of compute power. As Matt said, I think as quantum becomes more price competitive and more mainstream technology to a lot of industries, their ability to build models and move more to simulation in terms of predictions and predictive analytics, which is kind of a big deal. It's just going to go up and up and up. And I'm excited about that. I think that's a real positive in terms of quality of life and advancement of the world.
I think we'll end on that note. I want to thank the panel. I want to thank the audience. And I'm going to ask a favor. Take advantage of this opportunity. Lean into it. So we have academics here. We have business owners here. We have military here. Collaborate, work together. And let me just showcase one company. So Wearable Technologies, Deepak Arora was one of the organizations that went through my incubator. He has a wearable device that has AI on it. And the reason I showcase that is because all of his employees are here in Wisconsin. All of the money that he raised is here in Wisconsin. And he is now going to South by Southwest to be one of 40 people to pitch for that. So we don't have to be San Francisco. We don't have to be Chicago. We can leverage the great assets that we have right here. I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this panel. So I encourage you, again, to lean in and embrace this opportunity. Thank you.
Well, thank you guys for this first panel. Thank you to all the panelists and to the moderator for stepping in to lead such a good, informative discussion. A couple of things that I'm going to highlight about what I heard in that panel is there was a freebie SBIR consideration in terms of testing data, having tools to test data. We've talked about synthesizing data. So I hope that if there's any entrepreneurs that are here in the crowd or any researchers that are here in the crowd, these are the things that make for a good SBIR consideration. So we're going to take a 10-minute break here before the next panel is called up. So use this time to mingle, please. So I'm glad to hear that you all have had some good networking and conversation. I like to see the energy as we go through the day. We're going to now call upon people. So if you have a resource that you want the community to know about, we will do a special call out after our last panel, which happens to be our resource panel. But don't hesitate to raise your hand if you're a person that somebody should come up and know you, so that we can encourage some more networking in the next break. So as we're getting settled here, I'll go ahead and make a quick introduction to our cybersecurity panel. So this panel is going to touch on technical challenges and opportunities in the cybersecurity space. This is a very hot topic as industries think about ways to identify, protect, and defend against bad actors. However, cybersecurity needs look different across environments. And this panel hosts leaders in cyber who offer perspective on research, products, and infrastructure that impact your cybersecurity innovation. So with that out, I'll go ahead and turn it over to the moderator in the panel. Thank you.
I'm Tom Kaczmarek from Marquette University. I'm the director of our Center for Cybersecurity Awareness and Cyber Defense. I've also spent a lot of years in the AI space before joining Marquette in both a research environment as well as commercial use of prior AI technology, expert systems and things of that nature. I've lived through 2 winters of AI. And I want to give each of the panelists a chance to introduce themselves. We'll start with Cody.
Hi, nice to meet everybody today. Thanks for being a nice crowd and not asking too difficult a question so far. So hope to keep that up. Yeah, my name's Cody Aston, work with Rockwell Automation. I'm on our network and cybersecurity solution consultant. So I work with a lot of manufacturers across the country, trying to improve their overall security posture and help out with their network infrastructure as we talk about things like digital transformation and securing the factory floor. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Dave Schrader. Thanks for coming out, everyone, today. I come from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I've been at UW since 1995. Currently, I'm a national security research strategist. I'm trying to help advance national security research initiatives at UW. I also serve as the research director of the Wisconsin Security Research Consortium. So if any of you are working on sensitive or classified programs or looking to break into that space, we have a SCIF in Madison, a sensitive compartmented information facility in Research Park that is a resource that can be available for that type of work. I'm also a cyber warfare officer in the Army, in the Wisconsin National Guard, and that helps weave in some of the work that I do at UW. I work with our partners at the Army AI Integration Center and Army Futures Command and US Cyber Command on AI and machine learning and data science initiatives. Thank you.
Jameson.
Hi, good morning. Jameson Clark. I work for Oshkosh Defense. I lead product cybersecurity, well, for all of Oshkosh Corporation, not just defense. That includes Pierce, JLG, fire and emergency. We make the USPS vehicle. We do a lot in the defense sphere. Also, cyber warfare officer with the Wisconsin Army National Guard, and really passionate about cybersecurity.
I think everybody here is passionate about cybersecurity. And so let me start off with some predefined questions that we talked about in some prior meetings before this event. And I want to start with a question about what's your primary strategy, your primary approaches for using AI and cybersecurity that you want to talk about. Let's start with Cody.
In manufacturing, a lot of the challenges revolve around a lack of skilled workforce. I'm sure everybody sees that. Where we're using a lot of AI and ML is around network detection and response platforms, as well as I need to back that down a little bit, as well as endpoint protection and response platforms. So a lot of manufacturers don't have I'd say the skill set. So they would hire that out for companies like Rockwell to help manage some of that OT security, that network monitoring activity on the factory floor. So we're using a lot of that to highlight only what we're deeming as a threat, and then responding to the customer, telling them what are actions they need to look at, because we employed, some software in our own factories where it's generating 200,000 alarms in a month. As you can imagine, a couple people, they're going to get alarm fatigue very quickly. So we're using AI and ML to sift through a lot of that data to actually understand what is a real threat, and then actually taking action on that.
Thank you, Cody. Next, Jameson or Dave, whoever wants to go first.
Yeah, sure. The vehicle sphere is behind in that. Although we do use AI ML for predictive analytics, conditions-based maintenance, and that sort, my focus is how to bring it to a vehicle in terms of authentication and defense of systems, not just fire trucks rolling down the road, but also defense systems facing near peer, the most advanced adversaries capable. So.
Dave?
So I am not a day-to-day cybersecurity practitioner sitting in the SOC, but I do look at the products and services that we acquire to make cybersecurity work. And because cybersecurity is always a cat and mouse game, you're always trying to stay one step ahead of the attacker, and you are generally not going to win because you're going to get attacked. And so the main question is how you respond, how you can detect those attacks and respond to them. What we end up seeing to be the most effective when we implement tools are some of the technologies that are baked into products from vendors. So things like email security. Email security products have come a long way in just the last few years to doing that automatic on-the-fly detection of threats in email, to include payloads that detonate after viewing, and all kinds of different creative ways that attackers get into your inbox. And the other big thing, like Cody said, is network defense and threat detection, because what these models are really good at looking at is changes that you might not detect, or that conventional conventional detection systems might not detect. We want to see those attacks that we can hopefully intervene before it causes too much damage. So I view AI and ML as applied to cybersecurity right now as just a way to save yourself some time and give yourself a little bit of warning.
So let me follow up a little bit and ask the question, what excites you about using AI in cybersecurity? Or what are the risks you think we need to face up to because it's a balance between risk and benefits. Cody?
Yeah, that's a loaded question. So I think I'll use Chat GPT reference again, since that's the topic of the day. I was listening to a security podcast where there were some security research firms that were leveraging Chat GPT to write polymorphic malware that was undetectable by modern day network defenses. And the scary thing about that is, these don't have to be technically savvy actors. They only have to be motivated to go after systems. These systems understand, manufacturing specific networking protocols, which historically has not been a target of cyber crimes, but obviously as over the past 5 years or 10 years, you guys have heard of Stuxnet. I'm sure that those crimes and ransomware on manufacturing facilities have only gone up. So staying ahead of that, as Dave referenced, using some of the vendor specific products where you can sandbox a file, open up a file, look at the behavioral analytics of how does that file respond when it's opened in a safe environment. You can kind of detect some of that malware before anybody actually has seen it deployed in other systems. So I'm trying to answer that, but what were the risks associated with it, you were saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I think getting back to some of these models that we referenced using Chat GPT, we're going to get more and more sophisticated malware and threats to all of our endpoints, and hopefully we can stay ahead of that.
So Oshkosh is working to develop a replacement to the Bradley called the Optionally Manned Fighting Vehicle. And it's going to have a bunch of things on it, but it's still optionally manned, which means that it's going to be operating and maneuvering remotely, but having that human in the middle to ensure that automation's not firing and using kinetic effects. That's really the important part. But also I really look for an opportunity. I need to conduct authentication and network defense at tactically relevant speeds in a disconnected battlefield, really. So I need an entire enterprise, essentially an enterprise network in every vehicle with that, a soldier can't go and type in a password and then get locked out 3 times. Well, that's bad on a weapon system, I think, especially if they need to, exit the area or fire back or do something like that. So there's got to be a solution out there for authentication. Integrity, authentication, and availability of the weapon systems and components for the vehicles is really my focus. Confidentiality, yep, that's good. But that's not what's going to save lives, and really the focus is safety.
Abe, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think the thing that's going to be the most exciting for me to watch anyway is how threat actors use AI language models like, again, ChatGPT to generate the text that they'll use to interact with their victims. We're already seeing it employed with, we hear about things like, hey, AI is going to write malware. AI is going to be able to find new attack vectors, against these technical controls and systems. But the way that attackers get into your networks, by and large, is still that social channel, email, phishing, and someone clicks a link, someone does what we teach them not to do, because whatever the email is that they're looking at is persuasive enough or looks legitimate enough. And that is how I think AI is going to help some of the, especially foreign threat actors, where we tell people, when we're training them, hey, watch out for broken English or misspellings or things that don't seem right. Well, guess what? the language model can generate some, pretty darn good, convincing, confabulated language that someone's gonna, click the link in that message or open the attachment.
And we had a question earlier about deep fakes and a little bit of discussion in the first panel. And when you brought up the issue of social engineering, what's the scare about deep fakes and social engineering?
So you are going to have audio-based tools, video-based tools that will be able to create deep fakes that are essentially not able to be detected by a normal human viewer. We have tools already that can discern whether blocks of text have been written by a GPT model to a certain percentage. And we have tools like Intel just released a tool that has the ability to look at generated video and give you a percentage score on whether or not it's a deep fake. But we're already seeing these things employed in the real world. So one example of this, outside of the entertainment industry, is there were some deep fakes that have been just recently employed by Chinese aligned state media that look to use English-speaking Western newscasters, talking about world events in a way that is decidedly not favorable to the United States. And these are very convincing. When you look at them, they look a little bit off, or you might think, gee, that person looks a little bit too perfect. But I mean, these are just the growing pains, and those problems are going to go away. And when you're interacting with someone other than face-to-face, and you have models that really have unlimited resources to be able to generate whatever it is that they want to generate, that's going to be a real challenge.
Anyone else want to add to that? One of the things we heard about earlier was autonomous vehicles that might be used by the military. And how do we control that? And I'm just wondering, Jameson, what are your thoughts on that one? Since you're a producer of vehicles and you mentioned it a little bit earlier.
Well, I think that's the future, right? I mean, that's the direction we're all going. But not just vehicles. Anything that can enable the soldier to be more productive, managing not just one system, but multiple systems at the time. I think we put a lot of effort into ensuring we do the right things, but the reality is in terms of AI and automation, and I do believe that, although our peers and adversaries on the battlefield don't care, they're not going to be not going to implement the same level of rigor to that. Building secure systems now is really going to set us up in the future to manage, what that looks like.
I've got something else to add, but not from a autonomous military vehicle, but from manufacturing, automation equipment, right? Automation equipment that controls motors in manufacturing facilities that makes the things that we utilize every day. There are standards out there in place to kind of prevent against, bad design methodology, bad design practices. Within Rockwell Automation, we design our products to IEC 62443, which is a control system standard. It outlines secure development lifecycle. Within the Rockwell organization, we have not only a CISO, but also a Chief Product Security Information Officer. So we have a whole organization dedicated to making sure that we build our products individually in a secure manner. We're following standardized methodologies and practices, and then how those pieces and parts work together as a system to make sure we're delivering a full defense in depth system that gets deployed out into the field. So at least from an automation side, I would say there are standards and regulations in place to make sure, we're building these systems in the right way. So that way we can do our best when they're released to the market that, you're getting a good product that's built to meet, standards against cyber attacks.
And I'll add one thing on the DoD front. Especially for those of you who may be looking to work with or partner with DoD on research projects. Every component of DoD that I've worked with on anything related to AI, that goes for all the services, the combat support agencies, and throughout the intelligence community, there are people who are thinking about the ethics of this and what kinds of questions should we be asking to ensure that autonomous systems and the AI that controls them are employed in a responsible way. And so, if there's one thing DoD is good at, is having policies and rules and procedures and directives. And you can go look at DoD Directive 3000.09, which is the current directive on autonomous systems, that talks about when and how and to what threshold humans will need to be involved in any process that results in the employment of lethal force or kinetic effects, pushing the button. And the answer is that's something that is very important to the process. But we realize that, as Jameson said, our adversaries, are not going to have that same threshold. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't. We are looking for ways to reduce bias in these systems and to employ them in a responsible way. And so I think that, as you start to interact with DoD on some of these programs, you'll find that as well.
Yeah, but Cody and Dave, you both mentioned standards. Are we doing enough to keep the standards abreast of current technology?
I would say yes. So the document that Dave was just mentioned was just released and updated. So I know on the DoD side, that's current. On the automotive side, I would say absolutely. Even UN regulations pushing heavily. Regulation 155 and 156 talks about in order to sell vehicles in the EU or member states after 2024, you have to have a cybersecurity management system in place. And then for over-the-air updates, you have to have a validated software update management system. So the regulations and policies and frameworks are staying current. I would say that in terms of, while I think the RMF process is good, it's not tailorable necessarily to vehicles. It's more towards enterprise systems. But I think you have a question over. I don't know the answer to that question, but my functional safety team would love to talk about it.
So the question was, in a civilian context, what does the oversight look like for when and how you might employ a technology that, say, disables a vehicle remotely or something like that? And I think, the answer to that in any context is, together as a society, we have to decide how these systems are employed, because the technology is going to get way ahead of where we're used to being, in a social context. So, we can do all sorts of things technologically. The question is going to come down to deciding together when we employ them. And there isn't a single entity that does oversight on this. You know, you can point to things in the intelligence community or in DoD, but even then, there's a chief AI officer everywhere. It seems like, and again, I think my message here is just one of collaboration. We need to work together. We're all part of the conversation. As you start working with research projects in AI, especially ones that involve DoD or might be connected to DoD, don't think of yourself as just kind of a nameless cog in the system. You're part of the conversation that is going to be building the solutions for how all of this stuff works. And speaking of cybersecurity, make sure that everyone's looking at CMMC 2.0 and getting on that road to be compliant if you're not already.
Who wants to take a swing at the first question?
Boy, automating weapon systems, doing it for a while. Oshkosh has not been necessarily a leader in that space. And like items like Kratos, moving from like autonomous drones and loyal wingmans. I think capability and integration across the weapon systems and across the platforms really to feedback information to the human that's in the loop. I think really that seems to be the biggest change. It's a little out of my sphere, but the military is moving towards that and enabling better decision making by the human based on autonomous systems that can move independently and go where the target is.
And the second question was on
question.
IT, OT security.
We'll let Rockwell do that one.
Yeah, I guess I just want to, can you restate the question? Was it about IT, OT? Where is everything at in current state? Yeah, so I guess there's a couple things to hit on kind of when we talk about IT, OT. So a lot of that is being driven from, Industry 4.0, digital transformation. Going back to our previous discussion with the previous panel, we were talking about how do we define business value, kind of unlocking AI and ML and the use of like manufacturing operations. These facilities, they measure downtime on an average of like $200,000 an hour. So anytime they're not producing, it's real fiscal financial impact. So they're leveraging, these AI and ML models, connecting factory floors to the cloud to enable these, expanded compute structures, hosting data, tying in different data sources from control systems to quality management systems to historians, and then making real-time based decisions, right? And that's having a huge operational impact. Everybody's seen the stock market. Let's not talk about, last year, but productivity that every company has seen, right? With remote workers, there's less workers now than there ever has been. So in terms of kind of the IT/OT space with that in the backdrop, you have these legacy networks, control systems, where in an operational perspective, we call it OT. Everybody's concerned about uptime, availability. That's first and foremost in the priority, with security as an afterthought. It was. Now it's very much in everybody's forethought. So the IT/OT space right now, everything's gone to a hybrid multi-cloud environment where you have remote workers, you have public cloud environments, private cloud environments on campus. So the enterprise is very dynamic. And we're seeing a lot in the terms of ransomware, malware as a service. What Rockwell is doing is our focus is that, when you look at the Purdue model, that layer 3 down at the factory floor. So where does IT and OT meet? How do we do that in a secure manner? We talk about segmentation. We talk about monitoring the network, and believe it or not, cyber insurance has been a big topic of conversation. That's really driving a lot of the step change in technological advancement on the manufacturing floor, just because manufacturers don't want to have to shell out the premiums that they're having to pay for with some of these cyber insurance policies that they're having to sign up for. So it's a very exciting space right now, and the fact that a lot of organizations are really evaluating, how do we implement OT security? What does that look like? How do we work on these systems that are 10, 20, 30 years old? And it's leading to a lot of good discussions, and again, justifying return on investment. So it's very dynamic.
Yeah, let me follow on that just a little bit. This dynamic space, we talked a little bit about the threats coming in being different because of technology. Could each of you talk a little bit about the opportunities that might be existing? We have people here interested in SBIRs and FTTRs, or whatever the acronym is. What are some of the opportunities? We had on the first panel, we had somebody who was providing managed services in cybersecurity. Clearly that's something that's out there, but are there opportunities for working with cybersecurity research people and AI and all of that to start a business in this space?
To high level answer your question, yes, there's definitely a need. Definitely a skills gap, a shortage of talent in the area. I would say consulting is huge. There's a big need in this space. That's where Rockwell is trying to fill. Management, getting these systems up to date. I've seen they're offloading a lot of the threat detection capabilities. So if you're able to have an independent SOC that understands kind of the OT environment, or help respond to some of these events, I mean, that's all services that our manufacturers are looking for.
Yeah, and I think the answer is to that question is yes. If you look at the solicitations that are out on SAM.gov, grants.gov, or some of the individualized SBIR, STTR solicitations about research questions in these areas, I mean, someone's trying to solve a problem. All of these things, most of the time working with DoD, a customer has a problem and they're looking for a solution, and they're looking to you to provide it. There are some emerging areas that are in the social sciences and human factors in cybersecurity. And since we had one individual who said that she is a psychologist, one example of a research project in that area is IARPA, which is the Intelligence Advanced Research Projects Agency, kind of the intelligence counterpart to DARPA, is looking at this emerging field of cyber psychology. And how can you attribute actions to threat actors and decide how they're going to preemptively decide how they're going to behave when you're talking about a nation state or maybe a criminal ransomware gang or something like that. How can you apply some of these AI ML techniques that are also emerging to maybe learn from the model of like all kinds of previous attacks in a certain sector and develop some kind of predictive model that tells you when an attacker is likely to strike and how. And of course, are these things going to be efficacious? I have no idea, and maybe IARPA doesn't know either. But there's money there to answer those questions, and so that is a long way of saying yes. There's funding here.
Jameson?
Well, the DoD acquisition process is rough, but companies like Oshkosh who work in that sphere often, I mean, we will help you navigate that. If we're going to be partners or something to that effect, and it's rough, but also we are looking for partners. And ultimately, the engineers need to solve a problem. They're going to go to Google and say, I need to authenticate. I need an authentication mechanism for a vehicle that doesn't look like Active Directory. Okay, well, are you on Google? Where can they find you? And ultimately, it comes down to that engineer that's trying to solve the problem. I highly encourage reaching out to companies in which you have a potential solution for them. But making your name and putting it out on the inner tubes is really where the engineers are going to find you too.
Yeah, so anytime we try and deploy technology, there's always a question of scaling up. And what are some of the things that worry you in this space about scaling up defenses in all of these spaces? And how can entrepreneurs in this area help you? Cody, do you want to start?
Yeah, so scaling from a pilot to a full enterprise-wide solution, there's a lot of challenges associated with that. Is there funding available? Is there organizational support to scale? Is there regulatory or compliance issues that you have to overcome? Is there the technical resources available? So there's a lot of things to a lot of aspects to overcome scaling from a pilot to like an enterprise-wide solution from a cybersecurity tool or program. So if you're able to provide, an area of expertise or augment some of those capabilities, whether you've got the know-how in the regulation space, whether that's, in pharma, 21 Part 11 CFR, I can't remember the acronym, but it's standards around how should a control system function, perform, change management. So if you know that space, maybe that's an area you can consult in, or you have a team that's doing managed services for other customers and you have the expertise to scale that into the manufacturing side. So there's definitely areas to contribute, but it's understanding what value do you bring to the customer from an organization standpoint, whether that's the industry expertise, the technical expertise, the staff. Maybe you've got the management relationship where you really know how to define kind of what is that business impact or value to the organization. So you just got to kind of understand where do you fit in that cycle.
So the question has to do with telecommunications in a growing industry of autonomous decision-making. Jameson, you want to take a crack at that one? You look like you're
I sure
chewing
do.
on the mic there.
Technologies like 5G, is going to make the bandwidth more available. But ultimately, it's protocols like MQTT and enabling IoT to relay that technology communications more securely. That's what's going to enable those systems. Constant links back. Well, when I working in the defense sphere, there's a big challenge on the battlefield as adversaries are going to try to deny communications, and you want to enable your communications. That is a challenge. I don't know how to work through that, and that's I'm just a consumer in that sphere. I'm not really a producer, but it is something that I always have to work through. Is how are we going to talk, and how are we going to talk securely, and what is it we're trying to say? So I do need to ensure that communications are secure. We have the bandwidth available to enable the warfighter.
Thanks, Jameson. Dave, do you have some ideas from a strategy perspective on an answer to that question about how to handle telecommunications problems?
I would say that to me, this goes back to a focus on standards. And this is maybe a longer term answer, but to the extent that we're able, we should always be seeking to employ and champion and promote standards-based approaches to all of this. And that includes in the telecommunications realm. I mean, a lot of these things are coming to us, already from international bodies that have implemented a standard, but we're seeing increased pressure from, other players, notably China and Russia, to dilute the meaning of some of these standards bodies and to assert their own dominance in these areas. And it's not, just an argument of, one's not better than the other. And I think that everything being standards based is what has enabled us to be as interoperable as we are. I mean, at one level, you can look at it and think like, wow, it's a mess. How does all this work? How is anything still functioning? But I mean, it's because of the standards that were there. And I would just close out with the other question on how you interact with customers, because I'm not a customer in this context. I'm a service provider as well. And from the DoD angle or any new area that you're working in, whether it's just breaking into AI and machine learning and along with data science and all these areas, and how do I understand what all the lingo means, and how do I get up to speed on kind of what the current state of the art is in this area, or working with DoD, which ends up being often an acronym soup or a whole different language when you're listening to someone give a presentation or looking at a slide and it's just filled with, God, I don't know what half of those acronyms are. Well, you're not alone, because I think, it's a cultural thing. And some of this is just signaling too, right? Like you are working with someone who has their own set of language and their own social rules and mores and customs. And when you use the same language that they do, or kind of learn, some of these acronyms, that sends a signal that, hey, I'm committed to learning about what your, environment is like. And I can understand the things that you're saying to me, but don't be put off by that. Go and, search these terms and look up what a quad chart is and things like that. And, it's a learning curve, but that's how you start to build that trust with these organizations.
Go ahead, Cody.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the Zoom question real quick. So telecommunication and that type of wireless infrastructure within the manufacturing floor it's relatively new. Most manufacturing customers we've seen haven't really adopted that whole scale yet. A lot of that has to do with kind of the technical requirements of manufacturing operations. You need high availability, low latency networks. That technology is just finally starting to get to the point where that's not a problem. So it's brand new in terms of private 5G, I would say within the past year at a lot of customers that are really starting to work on that. But some of the concerns would be intermingling, when we talk about IT and OT, those devices on the same network, because if that system gets, hacked or intruded on, then the attacker has access to both your operational systems and your IT systems. So there's definitely thoughts and considerations, but going back to Dave's point, having a common standard that the organization is aligned to is very critical. So that way they understand the language that everybody needs to speak to. And then also when you're measuring risk or, how are you scoring the level at which your system is secure, that's all built into those standards. So having a common standard that, your customers are aligned to is really important. Thanks.
Let me ask if there's any questions in the room. Yes, Iqbal. Go ahead,
Well,
Jameson. Do you want to repeat the question before you answer it?
What is the level of rigor for human in the loop in terms of automation and AI, ML security? Is that right? I guess it would be a tiered situation given level of risk. In terms of the 787, it seemed to be there's some training considerations there, but it does become a significant problem when choosing to take another life, right? Or when working to protect other lives. I know that going back to the standards part, ISO 26262 talks on functional safety for automobiles and ensuring that occupant safety and driver safety and then safety of people are the most important. But also gets back to liability for the organization too. And, I think Boeing figured that one out the hard way. Learning's expensive, I guess. But did that answer your question?
There's definitely been a lot of situations where you have, self-driving geeks sitting around in the room having various discussions about, the trolley problem and figuring out like, well, when does a vehicle make, one decision or another about taking a life? And those are subjective questions.
And I think Consumers Report recently did a study on autonomous vehicles, and they supported systems where you could tell whether the driver was actually paying attention to what was going on in their rating of those systems. So I think there certainly is a role for humans in all of this. I think there's a role for standards as well. But again, are the standards keeping up with the technology? Dave?
Well, I think the answer is, no, just barely. I think in the case of even just what we've seen with ChatGPT alone, no, we don't know how to answer some of the ethical, social, human questions around how these things are employed. From questions just as simple as, a student using it in the classroom for writing help, all the way up to, should a automated agent be able to be a co-author on a scientific paper?
Yeah, earlier, Cody, you mentioned a SOC. I'm not sure everybody here understands what a SOC is. It's a security operations center, and there's certainly humans that are in the SOC. Do you want to talk a little bit about the role of the human in the SOC and how how the human can take advantage of the AI technology that might be used?
Yeah, I can speak to, for instance, Rockwell's Security Operations Center. So a lot of what we're using are SIEM or SOAR systems. I can get into the acronym, but essentially software that ingest large amounts of data from many different facilities and actually takes a lot of that data, analyze it, puts it through a couple filters, models, and then allows those analysts at the SOC to actually look at what some of the software deems as pertinent. So it helps kind of amplify, I would say, the individual analyst that's looking at all the data that's coming in from the various systems across a customer enterprise via IT, OT, and then depending on the level of response that's required. So like, let's say we talked about email phishing. So the automation of how do we respond to an event, right? These systems will kind of tie into the other security tools that are available and begin to take action to where, you know, your analyst can focus on more high value.
I think we're at our time, yes. I was just about to wrap up. I want to thank the panel. I want to thank the organizers, and I want to thank everybody who's here. And to carry on a little bit with the theme that was set in the first, walk away from here with an action item. Lean in, as was the phrase that Matt used. But think about this and think about how you can use this technology in the cybersecurity space in your business, even if it's not part of your product, but it's part of your business process. Thank you, everyone.
So as we're making a transition, I do want to call your attention to a couple of things. So there were a couple of acronyms that were thrown out here, like CMMC, Cybersecurity Maturity. I forgot what the M is, model, and I forgot what the C is. But anyway, so the point is that these are new regulations, newish regulations that the Department of Defense are following for cybersecurity requirements. And anybody who is doing business with the government, even through the SBIR program, should become familiar with these CMMCs. But the second thing I want to say is that there are people like us here to kind of talk you through that. So a couple of really great colleagues. We have the Wisconsin Procurement Institute. If you're interested in doing work with state or federal contracts, they can help you negotiate that. There's WMEP, the Wisconsin Manufacturing Extension Partnerships. So they will work with folks like other small manufacturers that would eventually work with a Rockwell. And so some of the regulations that were thrown out here, some of the ISO regulations and other codes, if you're not familiar with that, WMEP is a resource here in the state, so you can go and learn a lot about manufacturing and some of the challenges and opportunities across that manufacturing ecosystem. So here's another 10-minute break so that you guys can network, get to know some of those resources here in the room, and we'll call you back together for the next panel in about 10 minutes. So we have the next panel. And so remember, the purpose for us here today is to help introduce you to the nice world of the Small Business Innovation Research Program, this federal pot of money that can help move early partnerships, pilot projects, and of course, innovative solutions forward. And so for this panel, we want to make sure that you're thinking about the SBIR federal program as a way to help fund product development. And while we hope you will stick around this afternoon for an SBIR workshop, this panel is going to introduce you to the experience of preparing and winning an SBIR in the space. So please don't be afraid to ask questions. And our moderator here is Todd Struther, who is our CTC Senior SBIR Consultant. So if you do choose to do an SBIR, you will very likely be working with Todd or myself, but you want to get to know Todd. He's great. Okay, everybody, I'll turn it over.
Hi, everybody. We'll get started here while we get our panel put together. Oh, there's Carol. So thanks a lot to everybody for showing up. We really do appreciate it. And I really do appreciate my panel to visit with us. One of the things I do want to mention is that I'll ask a couple of questions, but I really want the audience to ask a lot of questions. I have like 9 questions. I'm going to ask 3 and then I'm letting it open for the rest of the group. So the SBI hours, if you haven't figured out yet, or you're not sure, these are free. This is free research dollars from the federal government that you can apply for. They are grant dollars. DoD, it's called contracts. But we help you attain those funds if it's something that you're looking to do. It's intended to fund research to develop new products, and all of our panelists have been successful in obtaining those SBIR grants to help fund their projects, eventually leading to a product. So I'll introduce the panel. Actually, probably what I'll do is just have them introduce themselves, talk a little bit about who they are, what their company is, and the technology that they've gotten funded through the SBIR process. Then we'll start asking some questions as it relates to artificial intelligence and machine learning. So let me start with Carol, since she's right here at the beginning.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Good morning. Thanks everyone for being here. I am Carol Hirschmiegel, Dr. Carol Hirschmiegel. I am co-inventor, CEO, and co-founder of Conovate. We make materials to improve lithium-ion batteries. We have a new material that is patented to replace graphite. And maybe all of you have been following the news about the critical minerals that come from China. Graphite is one of those that comes from China, and it's the largest raw material component of your lithium-ion battery. So this is a problem. And we have a domestically sourced product that could replace that graphite in your lithium-ion batteries. This is in process of development. We've had SBIR funding from NSF, DOE, USDA to develop this product and commercialize it and bring it to market. And that funding has been absolutely incredibly valuable to bring this product to where we are today. Where is machine learning as part of this? Well, if you're scaling something 15 orders of magnitude, you have a lot of learning to do and you have a lot of iterations to do, and you can't do them all by hand. So if you can collect all that information that you're learning for each step along the way and every iteration, then you can combine all of that information and get to the best product as quickly as possible. And so that's where machine learning comes in place. And that's been a critical component of some of that SBIR funding that I've been looking for. So we have a revolutionary material for evolutionary solutions. And I look forward to talking more about machine learning and how that can impact your product development. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Carol. And yeah.
Okay, I guess I'll go next. Good morning, everyone. My name is Cale Hansen. I guess Dr. Cale Hansen. I forgot to put it on.
Oh, I forgot to mention I'm Dr. Strother too.
I'm the co-founder, president, CEO, and also like a chief engineer, I guess, right now, because we have a small company of a brand new startup called Navigationists. We're producing, right now we have an SBIR with the Department of the Navy. The mission of the company is to provide secure, robust navigation, position timing, communications systems, primarily for targeting defense customers because of the perceived big need and big gaps that are there right now. But in general, I think we also think there's quite a bit of commercial potential for secure navigation in particular, but also secure communications. and situational awareness. I'm part-time, also faculty, physics faculty at UW-Madison. I guess I am wearing my hat here today as president and CEO of Navigation. It's not my South Pole hat that you see on my profile picture there. And so finally, how do we actually use, or what's the role of machine learning and artificial intelligence in our product? So I would not call us an AI company. We use AI and machine learning as a tool to achieve our goals. And so, I was actually even I went back to the proposal that we have an SBIR phase 1 proposal. I went back to the proposal and I actually didn't even mention AI in the proposal, but we are using it as one of the core signal processing components of the technology that we're developing. So, and that's basically been my relationship with AI. I'm a physicist by training. I've been using AI and machine learning really primarily as a very powerful tool in my research. And, now I've explored that into my commercial business.
Thanks. And Iqbal, you're next.
Hi, I'm Sheikh Iqbal Ahmed. I go by my middle name, Iqbal. So before the introduction, I would like to say thanks to CTC because of their grant and funding, it opened up a new eye, completely new eye. Why? Because I have two hats. One of the hat is that I'm a professor at Marquette. I run a big lab. I have graduated 23 PhD students. Right now I have 9 PhD students. I got 15 NIH grants where I build the things. Then I thought, okay, can I do something, in terms of innovation? Where that Ubitrix came, from all those grants, I saw some openings. And so Ubitrix, what we are doing is that basically the idea is that everybody uses mobile apps, Android, iOS, and since NIH all are healthcare related stuff. So I thought that, okay, your mobile app, which does HIPAA compliance and everything. So our proposal was to build a platform where you just upload your app, .apk, from Google Play or Apple Store, and we'll give you a report. Where are the vulnerabilities? Okay, HIPAA has like those 11, 12 roles. It will tell you where is the vulnerability. So that's the product, and we have already built the product. It's up and running. If anybody wants to try, yeah, we can do that. But the extension of AI, what we have done is that we found that we can use AI to make it more generic. So it's not only the apps, even during the software development, we are building a plugins so that when you develop any Android app using Android Studio, you add as a plugin, it will tell you all the vulnerabilities. And the application of AI is we are using a really low-level AI, because if you think about AI, in one end, no AI, in another end is the real AI, deep learning, right? So we are using simple decision tree type of thing so that it can checks the compliancy, and then we are extending it based on that the AI algorithms. There is the part. And although we are doing digital health type of apps, I really run some other very popular, ride share apps, and we really found some vulnerability. So that's what I'm trying to say is that with the use of AI, even your product can give a lot more, but you have to use the judgment, what to use, when to use. That's the part. With this, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dan.
Hi. So my name is Dan Burgess, and I'm the CEO of Polymer Forge, which is a biotechnology startup company located in Madison. The technology we're developing is a platform for early stage drug discovery, which, to put it in very simple terms, probably too simple, you have a drug target that's involved in disease somehow, and you want to find things that stick to it, molecules that stick to it. You don't care what they look like to start. You just want to find something that sticks. maybe then it can be developed into a drug. But that's where you begin the process, and a lot of the times you try to do this. So the way our platform does this has absolutely nothing to do with machine learning or AI, at least when we started. That's the way we developed it. We literally synthesize millions of different molecules and test them individually to see if each one sticks to a drug target. So in the process of doing that, we generate massive amounts of data, of course, but we don't really use that data. It's sort of, as long as we find something that sticks, we move forward with that. Of course, we're well aware that there's a lot of excitement around machine learning approaches to finding new drugs. And we've learned that one of the biggest barriers to them fulfilling their potential or reaching it is training data. So they don't have a lot of training data. What is available is low in volume, comes from different sources where they may use different methods of validation, so it's inconsistent. And it occurred to us that the data we're generating might be exactly what is needed to fill that gap, right? We generate tons of data, right, as sort of a side product of finding the molecules. But these are real experiments we're doing. We can use that data to feed into ML programs and systems theoretically, and they can make predictions. And then because we actually can build those molecules, we can validate those predictions. So we can fit into sort of a machine learning process by feeding them training data and then validating on the downstream side those predictions. And we can iterate this at a very high rate by making millions of molecules a day, testing them, validating them in another day, and just doing this over and over. So this was something we never set out to do, but we realized it might actually eclipse our original ideas as far as, you know, the way we can use this platform we're developing. And we're hoping to use the SBIR system to help us test whether this, you know, can work. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So as I'm listening to you, it strikes me that the AI component of your project is a tool that is used to build your product itself. So in this concept of an SBIR, have any of you have you considered writing a proposal that's basically focused on the AI part, or is it only going to be we're using AI as a tool to build the product, and the product is actually what the target is? Anyone can join in.
It's the tool for us. It's specifically the tool at the moment. Maybe as we move forward, there could be some shift, but certainly right now, it's a tool.
Okay.
To get us
And then,
to our product.
yeah, Iqbal and Kale, you might have a different answer though, or is it the same answer?
Well, I mean, I would actually say it's very similar, right? I mean, so at this point, our AI is a vehicle for us to actually achieve the performance that we need in order to get to be competitive. I think. I mean, we could actually achieve our goals, I think, without AI. And as I said, the original proposal actually just relied on classical mechanisms or classical algorithms for doing this. But soon after I started the proposal, I found that AI was just doing 10 times, 25 times better. I mean, a big margin better. And so we've quickly pivoted and went with AI. Having said that, as we're I've been in the AI field for a long time, but as we're building more experience, there are a lot of SBIRs, and that the number of topics is growing every year. That at least for the DoD topics, which I monitor, and I've monitored for like last decade or so. The DoD topics 10, 20 years ago, you might have seen one or two AI specific solicitation topics. Now it's like, I don't know, out of 150 topics in this last one, maybe 15 to 25 topics are AI specific. So I would definitely, I could definitely see us, we built up some of the tools. We've got a GPU cluster that we use. And, since we have this stuff kind of lying around, I could definitely see us, moving forward with AI specific proposal solicitations in the future.
Yes. So in our case, what we are trying to do is that we are trying to do compliancy check, and we focused on HIPAA. But truly using AI, I can use it for any type of compliancy. So because of the use of AI, I strongly believe it's not only my product, but any other area if you use, it will be very easy to scale up, not only scale up, but also finding new opportunities. Let me give example. In our case, when we talk about AI is data driven, you have some data, you have some additional thing you predict. But the advanced AI, which is causal inference, change point detection, inside your data, if you can apply that, I think there can be a lot of new products. So we are planning to work on something generic so that we can apply it in advanced similar products.
Okay, thanks. And I don't know, Dan, do you have anything different on that? I think yours is probably a tool.
Possibly, but I think of AI more as our customer because, think of them as a student and we're generating the textbook that trains them, that teaches them how to do what they want to do. So it can be, if we decide to develop, AI internally, develop our own system and feed our own data into it, then it becomes a tool. But right now we can also just sell that data to anyone who wants to use it. So it's a customer and a tool for us.
Oh, great. Yeah, and something I hadn't considered that. And the SBIR world is all about building something that would be a product that you do sell. So that would be useful if that's something you're selling. So these grants are scientific proposals that are reviewed by scientists in general. Some of them may have expertise in the particular field, battery technologies, energy, or biological technologies, but they may or may not have any knowledge or skill set in the AI ML world. How do you position, when you actually physically are writing the grant, how do you talk to somebody who may be an expert in AI, or at the same time, there may be somebody who doesn't have any clue about that? How do you position your proposal to be able to help the reviewers understand what you're doing from an AI perspective? Is it something that's like, oh, we're going to do AI and it's a black box to them and that's all they get? Or do you actually go into some detail with it? Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll start. In my case, I have shown the types of data that we can get out of the AI platform, the machine learning platform, and use that as demonstration within the proposal, rather than, and really the other people who review your proposals are commercialization experts. So you get everything from business people to researchers that you need to address. And so putting things in that are relevant to business metrics such as key performance indicators, which are things we can extract from our platform, are also critical, and that indicates that you're linking your fundamental research all the way through to something that can really be produced on a factory floor eventually. So that's, so in my case, I am using a developed platform. I'm paying to use that and working from that perspective and kind of educating the audience that exists. And so I'm not developing it in-house. I'm using it as a tool and demonstrating how it can be used and accelerate our iterations.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting because I'll probably come back to that too in a bit. Right.
Yeah, okay. So I guess what I'll, as I said, when I wrote the phase 1 proposal, I didn't actually even mention machine learning, but now I'm going through the phase 2 right now. I'm reading the phase 2. In fact, I was up all night last night, so I might be a little bleary, right? But I'm definitely going to, I've communicated with the TPOCs, technical point of contact, kind of like your program manager, that we very early on I said, wow, we got this great results from AI, and we're going forward with this. But in writing this phase 2 proposal now, I'm realizing that I'm always sensitive a little bit to this, and this has been a bias, at least in the particle physics community where I come from, that AI tends to be sort of black boxy, black magic, right? And I think most researchers with very complicated AI models, nobody really knows what's going on inside these AI models, is because they're so bloody complex. And so I'm sensitive to this notion, perceived. I don't know that this is going to happen, right? But I'm sensitive to the notion that it might. I want my proposal to seem that there's not black magic in there. That this is actually based on sound fact. That I can I can demonstrate these things. I can sort of explain what's going on with these AI tools. And that's just, I don't know, that's the first thing that came to mind when you asked that question, is that, I am sensitive to the fact that AI is, some people might view it as relatively new, even though it's not. It's been around for decades, right? And even though I have these great results that I can point to and say AI does 10 times better than this classical algorithm, I want to make sure that I come away with that the reviewers come away with the impression that this is really based on sound technology, and it's not some crazy thing that this researchers come up with.
I'll share my experiences. Since I do research in the AI machine learning area, we have done a lot of advanced stuff. But truly, is the domain knowledge. You address the area you are talking about. You should really talk to those people, and then second thing is that you use the appropriate AI. These days, everybody tries to use AI, but we have to see how, what level of AI we can attack on that particular domain. And I mentioned at the beginning, a new eye for me, because of the CTC support, I was able to interview, 53 companies, although I claim myself expert, but truly it opens up my eye when I talk to the, real customer. And I changed my, phase 2 proposal based on that. So my take is that really talk to the people, the domain, then try to see, how you can apply. So that should be the most appropriate one. And honestly, in Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Madison, we have experts, right? We have many universities, you can reach those if you want right away some resource or to collaborate, that's the part. Thank you.
I think our experience may be similar to Kale's. Our phase 1 application was really to focus on developing a prototype for the molecular platform. We did sprinkle some hints in there about maybe this could be used for AI in the future, but we're anticipating if it's successful, that platform will generate data, and then we can go into phase 2 proposing to explore those avenues. How to make that successful, we don't have that experience. We didn't start off as an AI company, right? So we have to partner up with somebody, and it's great to see so many people in Wisconsin, and I know there's a lot in Madison as well, that may be potential partners for us. That's one way you can convince reviewers on study sections to take you seriously. And the other thing to do is just good science. You propose things that are testable hypotheses that really will demonstrate that what you're saying isn't hyperbole, not just jumping on the coattails of ML being so exciting. You just propose really good experiments, and hopefully that combination of an experienced partner along with good proposal, we hope will get us to the finish line.
All right, thanks. Well, so I said I was going to only ask 3 questions. I think I've asked more than that. So I'm going to open it up to the audience, and then also the people online. I don't know if Idella is back there dealing with lunch, so if we may not be able to find people asking questions online. Yeah. I think I can actually, I get that question a lot, so I can try maybe paraphrase it. So how do you, these are research proposals, they're intended to fund technology that isn't available yet. So how do you convince the reviewers that even though the technology isn't available yet, you have enough skill set and preliminary data to indicate that this is something that they want to fund? Is that pretty close to what you're asking?
I think let's step back to what the Small Business Innovation Research Funding is for. It is to bring a product to commercialization. If that is your goal, then that means you need to figure out how to scale something up from something small to something large. If that's what you're doing, then that means that at a small scale, you have demonstrated a prototype. And that is your innovation. And it's that scaling that the SBIR is really funding. I mean, you need to get to commercial product within X years, being a small number, ideally. So you're not going to bring something to commercialization if you don't already have something prototyped at some small scale. So that may be one way to think about it differently.
And Iqbal, you're looking like you're ready to say something.
Yes. So the innovation part, what we need to do is that, how quickly you can draw the attention of the reviewers. So reviewers has very short time to look at your own. So best thing is that wherever you submit, I'm talking about from the NIH point of view, that when you say innovation, they have some questions, which is, okay, is it a new approach? Is it something you are expanding? So if you try to answer those questions, because you know what we are building, now you need to show that what is there in the literature and how your one is different. So if you can present it, in couple of subheadings, that should be the best approach to present your innovation.
Yeah, and I'll add some things to that. So with the SBIRs, there's no requirement that you have to have preliminary data. But the fact of the matter is you're competing against people who do have preliminary data. So you should have some kind of preliminary data, but not so much that you have been able to show standard feasibility and you don't need the money anymore because you've got it too far along. And that is a bit of a balancing act. And those are the things that we can help at the CTC to help you try to figure out, okay, are you too academic right now and you don't have enough preliminary data? Or in some cases, we have people who have products that are actually being sold and it's like they're looking for SBIR funds. It's like, well, it's already being sold. Why would the government give you money to fund a product that you're already selling? So that is some of the things to have to balance. Did we have other questions too? Right here.
So overall, like
Yeah, let me repeat the question. So the question is, on an SBIR, are you focusing on the technology or is there some kind of market aspect that has to go into it? Right. Okay. Well, I can answer that really well, but I'm not going to.
All right. So there's many answers to that question depending on who you are submitting an SBIR to. If it's Department of Defense, they are your customer. So figure out what they need. And it's very different than if it's DOE, USDA, NSF. But in all cases, you still have to supply a commercialization plan. In the first proposal, it's typically about 2 pages. So that's not super in depth, obviously. Once you get to phase 2, it's a 15-page plan. So there's a lot of work to get to there. And CTC is super great at helping facilitate that development because they have an SBIR advanced program to help you get to the point where you actually do the interviews with many outside customers and determine how you can get your product to market as quickly as possible and include that in developing your phase 2 plan.
Yeah, let me jump over to Dan too, just because he's on the end and we seem to pick him last.
No, I was thinking that's a perfect question because we just got through the process of submitting a phase 1, which is mostly the technology. It's a fairly well-established market. It's not a new emerging market. So, pharmaceutical companies need new drugs to fill their pipeline. That's existing markets. We don't have to really justify that as much. But yeah, so we got a micro grant from the CTC, which has been very helpful for developing the phase one proposal. That's been great. And they have phase sort of micro grants that are more directed toward phase two for developing market, customer discovery, that sort of thing, which have been wonderful as well. So it's sort of, in our case, been two separate processes. Phase one is more technical, support from CTC for that. Phase two, more customer and market oriented commercialization, and they have resources to help with that too. So.
Go ahead, Gail.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on what, Carol's comment was, that the DoD in particular has, they have a, usually, I guess it's been changed now by the recent SBIR Authorization Act. All agencies now have to have open topics. But the Navy is, they're very entrenched in their ways, and they have a set of topics that they want you to, they have problems they want you to solve. So it's true that the DoD will be your customer, but you got to consider what the timelines are. And I don't know that anyone's ever accused the U.S. Government of being like particularly fast on acquisitions, right? And so I think you have to be careful, right? When you when you're looking kind of out in the long range about where is your product going through phase one, phase two, phase three, which is this nebulous sort of where you're trying to sell it back to to the probably primes, or trying to integrate, at least I'm trying to integrate my component into some larger prime like Boeing or Raytheon or one of these guys into their systems. But even so phase three is like 3 years in the future for me. But I got to be able to figure out how my business, and the Navy wants me to be able to tell them how my business is going to survive from the point when the phase two monies dry up to when they're actually ready to, when their acquisition program goes into effect in 2027 sometime. And so I can't, they don't want me, what they don't want to see is they don't want to see a company that, they dump all this money into, does all this great work, and then all of a sudden, there's this, what do they call it, the valley of death. You get into this valley of death, you got to wait, you're stalling 2 years waiting for the acquisition program to finally kick in. And meanwhile, I've gone back to my day job as a university professor, and I'm no longer interested in the technology. So I just wanted to make that point.
Paul, did you have one more comment, or you?
Yeah, just one comment. It's follow up with Carol. I think best bet is that look at where you are applying, because every place is different. NSF, DoD, NIH. If it is NIH, they require 6-page proposal. If it is DoD, it's 2-page. But what I know is that phase one is straightforward. You do not have to talk about much business. It's only 3-4 lines in NIH. But when you go to phase two, you really need to give a business plan in addition to your proposal. So look at where you are applying.
Okay, well, I'm going to look over here because I've been not, any questions over here? Yeah, right here. Yeah, so how would you convince a reviewer from when you're going from phase one to phase two? How do you convince them that you're actually scaling up, being able to scale up and actually get more money than just say a small beachhead market? Okay, is that correct? But okay, yeah. So, so Iqbal, go first.
Yeah.
You're looking like you want to answer.
No, actually, I submitted phase two also, like, a couple of, okay, I got also phase one. So the thing is that in phase one, those who have got phase one, in phase one, they tell you like what they're really looking for, okay? So what you should do is that at the end of phase one, you really need to accomplish that, because in phase two, you have to say that for phase one, these are the things we promised and we have done. And then you identify a few areas which you want to expand, because phase two is still research and development. It's not the product yet. Product is like phase three. So one good thing is that CTC, like organization like CTC, they really help, because the business part, if you ask for a business plan, they won't fund it. CTC is the place. So that means, unless you do more customer discovery, you do not know what they're really looking for in phase 2. So in my case, from there, I really identified that, okay, it's not only Android, we have to do for iOS too. I've just given an example.
Okay, anyone else want to add to that or not? Oh, so Idel has got something. Yep. So I'll repeat the question. So the budgets that are available for phase 1 and phase 2, what are essentially the caps for the budgets, and what does that allow you to get funded? I'll just do a general one. So later on in my when we talk about the workshop with SBIRs, if you guys want to hang around for that, typically phase 1 budgets are in the neighborhood of $150,000 to maybe $275,000. There's differences. Some are more, some are less. And then for phase 2, the budgets are in the neighborhood of $750,000, $1 million, $1.2 million, sometimes even more than that, like $2 million. So that's kind of the scope that you're looking at. And I don't know how that budget fits into the work that you're doing. Is that sort of budget enough, or is it, do you need more to be able to do that?
You know what we're going to say, right?
I hope.
I can add a few things there, because truly in the phase 1, but they don't look at for your decision making, not the budget. They look at the significance, innovation, the research strategy you have, the environment you have. You put some budget, even if it is not like, fulfilling, they will come back to you and kind of say, you need more money, less money. So what I have seen from the NIH point of view, budget is that, but it's good to have a reasonable budget, because for your team, you really need to put some budget. If it is for development, if it is for, some research, unless you have that, you don't have a, good balance proposal.
Maybe can I also talk about budget? And so some of the things that I didn't know, it was my first time around, right? Some of the gotchas, maybe for those of you that are considering, where you want to go, or if you want to go to this, SBIR. I think it's a great program, right? It's as Todd said, it's kind of like free money. It's hard to get, but it's free money, and you don't have there's no strings attached. You just got to do your technological thing and do it well. But in phase 1, the budget is extremely limited, right? You've got something like 105. Navy breaks it out into 140 for 6 months, and then another 100,000 for another 6 months. They have what's called the phase 1 and phase 1 option, and $240,000 just doesn't go that far, right? So I can't quit my day job. I still am I'm not fully engaged, which is hurting me. But on top of these other things, you've got to, in phase 1, the bar for rigor is pretty low. But once you get to phase 2, all of a sudden you get to this different world. You've got ITAR, you got security, you've got cyber security, you've got this. People were talking about CMMC. You got to be all your systems actually already in phase 1. All your systems should ideally be CMMC 2.0 compliant. And that's expensive. That's $25,000, maybe $50,000, depending on the size of your systems. Then you got to set up your accounting systems, right? So there's a lot of, in addition to just the research costs, there are a lot of what I call overhead costs, that you got to factor in. And that I kind of knew about it vaguely, but it kind of caught me by surprise, I got to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Interesting. I'd love feedback from you guys on our experience. So part of our platform requires us to do design and fabrication of a custom advanced semiconductor microchip, right? Optoelectronics. And this is not cheap, right? Most of our budget is eaten up just by piecemealing this and finding people who can do different steps of that fabrication. I think a lot of technologies are using microchips, right? And if we're being cutting edge, we're probably designing new ones or working with partners. That's expensive. So I don't know if this cost structure that phase 1 SBIR provides really is going to be suitable for a lot of really important ideas that are out there. And I'm wondering if maybe there is, with the CHIPS Act being passed, there's some way to leverage these maybe newly available resources to fill that gap somehow. It'd be something to think about, I think, in the future.
So there is one new track at some of the agencies. It's called the fast track. Certainly at DOE, you get both the phase 1 and the phase 2 all granted at once. That's for very specific applications, but that is a way to kind of have more money upfront that you can use to get all these things set up. I can't emphasize enough how much the overhead stuff is. It's huge and you have to comply with it. And if you don't comply with it, you really put yourself at risk. And it's a huge amount of money and a huge amount of effort. So this is really critical to have that in mind before you jump into this.
Yeah, now I'll mention too that we had overhead costs mentioned. So these SBIR and STTR grants, they fund the direct costs to pay your people, buy the supplies or whatever it needs to be. And then it also allows you to have some indirect costs. So you got to pay rent, you got to pay for electricity, whatever that goes into the budget. And there's also a 7% fee, which is essentially profit that you can take. And so since you're a for-profit company, the federal government decides that you should be able to take 7% off the budget as profit. And sometimes people I talk to say they don't want to take that 7% profit because they want to be nice. It's like they think to get extra points. Don't do it. Take the money, take the 7% profit. Yeah, we have a question right here. So when do intellectual properties come into play with concerns for, say, phase 1 and phase 2, right? Yeah. Well, Carolee said Conovate specifically.
So it was completely important right from day one, and we have been continuing to do intellectual property, and that is a huge other cost, of course, continuing to apply for that. Also, there are requirements for reporting what intellectual learning you're having along the way. So you have to keep in compliance with that as well. But I will say, I would say that that's been really critical for us to garner our funds because it's a patented protected property that we have, that we're bringing. So that's clearly innovative, right?
Yeah, let me
okay,
let me repeat that so that people know. What if the technology is not protected by intellectual property?
You're revealing it. You have to reveal something, right? So maybe others who don't have intellectual property around some of their work can comment how they deal with that. We are making sure we're doing intellectual property.
Yeah, actually, I can add that, in my case, we did not file for any patent. So the rule of thumb is, if you have a patent, then you are already, compared to your competitor, in terms of your applications. They really look if you have a patent, and that patent you show as your initial work. But the product like mine, where I'm doing security software, for software you cannot patent it, right? So you have to show some result that, okay, in that area you have done some work, and now you are really building some product. For my HIPAA compliancy, I published a paper earlier, with some results, which is public, right? But then I said, okay, how I can use it for a healthcare area. So that's the way. Actually, you have to reveal something, otherwise how the reviewers will know, okay? So which is okay, because the reviewers, they kind of do that. Actually, I serve on panels probably 15 times, on that SBIR STTR panel, and I, from that experience.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll mention that in order to be really competitive, you have to talk about what your technology is and the science. The reviewers are under non-disclosure agreements, so they are not allowed to talk about it. And I've never seen anyone never heard anyone inappropriately release data that they weren't supposed to. I've had clients complain that somebody did, but in reality they didn't. The other thing is sitting in, even though you have to include the information, it is not public disclosure. So it's not a situation where you put this grant in and then it's going to be considered public disclosure. It is not. As far as data rights are concerned, some of the agencies like Department of Defense specifically, if you're going to be funded, one of the things they want to do is ask you what sort of data rights are you keeping for yourself that will not be involved in the project. And so if you have a list of things, it's like, I have all these ideas that I've gotten that I haven't patented yet, but I wanted to make sure that I claim those and keep those for myself. That's something that can be done too. That's kind of after you get close to the being funded. Let me see what time we got. We got 3 minutes.
You also mark your proposal.
Oh, that's right,
What's
yeah.
proprietary.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Last,
then you know what to block out.
probably last question over here in the end. At what point do you start seeking funds from VCs? Excellent question.
So maybe I'll start out on this one. So I was dabbling in that, in the VC world for a while. And I went to actually, I would also recommend if there are SBIR conferences, if you're new in the game, there are a couple every year. And I've been trying to attend where I can just because I'm new in the game. And I've in meeting people, mainly in just meeting people in the hallways, you hear, you get engaged in these discussions and have, get good exchange of information. To get to your point though, I decided to back away from the VC route. And that's because the DoD in particular, again, I've just heard horror stories, but the DoD is extremely interested in where that venture capitalist money is coming from. And, it doesn't even necessarily have to be one of the nations on the hostile nations list. It could be even one of, this person I was talking to said they had VC funding from Great Britain, one of our best allies, and the DoD blacklisted them for phase 2 for 5 years because they deemed that there was foreign interest. So I've been backing away from it.
Yeah. And anyone else on talk about what timing is for VC? Are you guys looking for VC at this point?
For my product, not at this point, because at the phase of, if I get phase 2, then I get about $1 million. So whatever you get from VC, you are getting it from SBI or STTR, right? So that's the reason. And, VC world, I'm very unsuccessful, so I cannot comment much.
I have raised angel funding and currently seeking venture funding, partly because some of my grant money has been from Department of Energy to Argonne National Laboratory, and I had to have non-federal funding matching to use that funding. And that's been valuable for the company, but it was a decision we had to make in order to continue to scale at a pilot facility. And in the battery space, venture is basically required to get to the point where you're actually producing and selling product. So it's a decision we made. Also, NSF, where some of my phase 2 funding is currently, has a program where they actually match 1 to 2 for some amount of venture capital funding as well. So there's some incentives to really go in that direction from some of the agencies. DoD, different. So it really depends on where you're working with.
Okay, so I'm going to finish up here. It looks like we're at time. So I want to thank my panel for helping us out with this. And if you guys were looking to at least learn more about the SBIR world, and if you're a fit, we certainly can be happy to talk to you about it. Thanks a lot.
Yes, but I'm gonna hold you. Okay, so a couple of things I just want to level set here because there were some great topics that came out of that. One is that the SBIR program does have inherent data rights, and so there is a process in terms of how you mark up your document so that you can claim some of those data rights and proprietary claims to whatever information that are in your proposal. So we can talk more about that if you're interested. We do have lunch. Lunch is now up until 12:30. It's a small space, so network and then slowly go there. But I would encourage people to stick around for after lunch, because the way that you move forward with any of your SBIR or research applications is through networking and resources. And we're going to have a resource panel that will not only talk about how to work with some of our academic institutions, but also what are the front doors, what are the resources that are available to you, and what are the processes and costs. So please stick around, but for right now, go enjoy lunch. And for those online, we'll be back at 12:30. Thank you. Okay, I will turn it over now. So as I said at the beginning, this is a panel that's going to talk about key resources that you will want to know about as you're thinking about any SBIR submissions, but also anybody in the space. You should really know that there are great resources for talent development, for infrastructure and computing, and also for, now I've forgotten what the third one is. Oh, how to work with the university. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Cody. Bye.
There we go. Can you hear me now? Perfect. All right. So last panel of the day after lunch. Let's keep the energy high in the conversations with these guys. I know they can talk, so let's get it going. So yeah, this is the state and regional resources panel, featuring resources from around Wisconsin, specifically highlighting data, supercomputing programs, sandboxes, and research capacities as innovators prepare competitive funding proposals with these technologies. So I'll start out with Ryan Brooks from Data Holding, VP of Data Holding Center out of Milwaukee. Dr. Walt Bielkowski from Marquette University, Assistant Professor in Computer Science. Dr. Atish Sinha, UWM's Connected Systems Institute, Academic Director. Dr. Tim Carone from UW-Whitewater, Department of IT, and Carl Fox, Research Director at UW-Whitewater. So I'm going to go around and have you each introduce yourselves, and then tell a specific research area of expertise or a quick description of your resource for the infrastructure you offer, and then identify one key learning you want the audience to know in partnering activities with you or your organization. So I'll start with you, Ryan.
Hey, thanks so much. I want to compliment Idella on incredible timing for this. I mean, could AI and everything be more in the news right now, right? So really well done. I'm very happy to see this. I'm a local Wisconsin person. So I'm here representing a company just down the road called Data Holdings. And Data Holdings is a data center that's been purpose-built to host AI and ML type applications that are very dense power and heat, or very dense in the regard of using a lot of power and producing a lot of heat. About 10 years ago, actually, the Potawatomi tribe made a huge investment in Milwaukee and the state in building this facility. This is something that you would normally see in a much larger city, and it's right here in our backyard. It's on the old Concordia campus. And I think what's applicable about it here for this group is we have a program where we give away free compute, storage, and bandwidth for people in early stages of companies. And we're very liberal in what we accept. We have a one-page form where you come to us and say, hey, I have this idea. I might not even have a company yet. And while you're a startup, whatever that means, we will give you those resources and help you out. We are very invested in people doing these things locally and avoiding people exiting for the coasts and taking that knowledge and skill away from the area. So again, great timing. Thank you so much. And over to you, Walt.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Walt?
I'm Walt Bielkowski, work at Marquette. Thanks to the organizers. It's a great honor to be here and speak with people today. I hope I can give you the value that you seek. So I'm trained as a clinical epidemiologist, and now I'm the director of graduate studies for the data science certificate, which makes perfect sense. But I get the distinct privilege of training the next generation of data scientists, and I try to adopt best practices, things that I've learned having worked in industry into the classroom, make it as easy for students to learn things that are going to be productive for them in their professional futures in the classroom. So it's great. I feel very fortunate. And counterculture to what we're hearing a lot about today, and you said I could use that term. I'm actually in my research taking every effort to apply machine learning, artificial intelligence, anything data science to help end hunger across the country. So using data science to try to solve food insecurity. So thank you very much.
Atish?
I'm Atish Sinha. I'm the academic director of CSI, Connected Systems Institute. CSI provides a collaborative workspace for facilitating research and education in the domain of industrial IoT. Our specific interests are in AI, machine learning, robotics, digital twins, healthcare analytics, supply chain analytics, and we partner with a lot of companies. Rockwell Automation is our founding member, but we partner with companies like Microsoft, V Energies, Brady, Fortinet, PTC, US Cellular, and a host of other companies. So we have different tracks. We have sponsored research projects that come from the industry. Typically, those have been in the areas of digital twins and failure analytics, predicting event times. And now we are looking for sponsored projects with 5G use cases and AR using HoloLens, AR experience using HoloLens. We also invite proposals from local companies for capstone projects. So that's a major thrust right now. So we have students, senior students working in computer science, engineering and business school who will be working on those capstone projects. And then we have sponsored projects also where faculty and students work together. Along with that, we also offer workforce development programs. Last year, we offered one in digital manufacturing leadership and one in Azure for manufacturing using AI. And this year, we plan to launch 2 more, one in OT cybersecurity and the other in integrated robotics. Thanks.
All right, Tim.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tim Carone. I'm with University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. So my area of work research has to do with autonomous systems. So things like using AI, machine learning, analytics, and so on in areas that such as self-driving cars, autonomous supply chains. My background is, I have 25 plus years in consulting, business consulting, and I was at Notre Dame to help start I was there as a teaching professor to start the data science graduate and undergraduate programs at Notre Dame. And then now I'm at Whitewater because Whitewater is only 30 minutes from my house and South Bend is at least 2 cigars away from my house. And a lot of my work though is involving my students and I'll talk about this later in programs in my classes, because everything I teach is what we're talking about today. But I like to involve companies in the research and with my students and engaging my students in a lot of the work. And that's really kind of the key learning to take away is 2 things. One, everything I do is first and foremost, what's in it for my students? I should say our students at Whitewater. But the second thing is I have to teach them this stuff. And I find after every semester, I have to update all my courses. And this summer, I will have to update all my courses to take into account these large language models to teach my students. Because guess what? When I ask a question in class, they are now using it to answer. Okay, which is fine. I've decided to embrace it and use it. So that's my background. I look forward to this panel and to talking with all of you afterwards. Thank you.
And Carl.
Carl Fox, I'm the Chief Research Administration Officer at University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. UW Whitewater, as many of you know, is one of 11 comprehensive universities in the UW system. Along with Milwaukee and Madison, we make up the University of Wisconsin system. My background, I'm actually, I have a PhD in botany when I think they actually awarded degrees in botany. I don't think they do anymore. But I've worked in the corporate R&D environment. I've also worked at and ran a research institution that was part of a university system. And then I'll just say several decades working in research administration, working with corporations, federal agencies, state governments, et cetera, et cetera. Couple of things I want to point out. I always have to have a little info commercial. UW-Whitewater has the largest business school in the state of Wisconsin because we find that not many people know that. We have more faculty and more students at the undergraduate level than any of the others. So one of our true strengths I want you to take away is we have a very, very, very strong business program. And we're interested in working more closely with those of you who are in the business and industry sector. So one of our initiatives is to do that. The second thing I want to point out is UW-Whitewater, we've created what's called the Wisconsin Research Administrators Network. This is an organization of people like me at all of the UW campuses, plus all the private universities. So Marquette, all you Marquette folks, we are in contact with them, as well as the tech colleges. And I'll talk a little bit more about that when I think I'll have the opportunity to talk about that. But I will tell you that research administrators on the campuses are good front doors because part of our job is to be a mile wide and an inch deep. We don't know the details about what our faculty like Tim are doing, but we know kind of what he does. So if you have a question, I can say, well, I'll connect you with Dr. Carone. So that's kind of what we do. And I'm excited to be here. Thanks.
All right. And then just to let everyone know, we will be sending out contact info for each of the panelists along with the resources they want to present. So let's get started with what's a discussion for all, but let's start with Ryan. What's the first step in coming to you, your organization? How should innovators prepare for those conversations?
So we're a small and very nimble organization, and you can, when you send out that contact list, feel free to reach out to me directly about what I talked about. So have a little idea about your concept, but it's not a large barrier to climb over, and come with your idea, and we'll talk about it. We love hearing what's going on in the community at any level. So bring your thought. We'll have a phone call, do a Zoom, and we'll get you started.
And specifically, I guess, do you want them to consider any pain points or problems before coming to you?
No, let's have that discussion collaboratively.
All right. Well,
The opposite answer, right, for the university at Marquette. So two ways I think that you can access the resources at the university. One, organic interactions, get to know someone, get to know a faculty member, comb through the department websites, find someone who aligns, has the skill set that you need. Otherwise, if you don't have the time or the bandwidth to do that, or you just aren't finding the resources that you need, our Office of Economic Engagement is fantastic. So I've worked with them on a number of different projects, both from funding, submitted an invention last week. It's a really robust office. They cover corporate engagement, community engagement, tech transfer, the whole lot. And it's a really great starting point because I think, like Carl said, they've got a lot of horizontal knowledge. They know all these different things that the university is doing. They don't necessarily have that vertical knowledge, but they can find you the person who does. And so I'd recommend either one of those tracks.
All right. Atish?
Yeah, ours is also very simple. You can contact the Assistant Director, Charles Mosley. I've given the contact, right? So, and if it's for workforce development, we have the workforce program manager. So you can contact her as well. So anytime you want to visit our facilities, shoot us an email. We'll be happy to give you a tour of our advanced manufacturing test bed. And in terms of pain points, right now we are looking for use cases in the 5G area and also anything in augmented reality.
Tim?
So I think ours is Whitewater. For all the universities I've been at, this is the cleanest, right? So we have our new director of our innovation center here, Elizabeth Thielen, who's sitting right up front. She's, it's a little embarrassing because when I got here, she was the only one of the Whitewater folks wearing purple, which is our color. I didn't have a purple tie. And so she is really your first point of contact. The second one Sitting all the way in the back is Kevin Kaufman, who is our involved in our business development as well, and is also our contact, especially around cyber. So those are the first two people. And then they involve Carl. And if it really comes to the university involvement. And then for someone like myself, what I would expect from anyone coming in is a story of, here's my idea. This is the problem it solves. This is why my solution is so valuable. And then the last piece, which I find very few people do, is they actually know what to ask us for. You need to the best salespeople always ask to close a sale. So you should always ask us, so this is where I think I need help. Or what do you think you could help us, right? Don't forget to ask for help. Don't expect us to figure it out for you. We'll have ideas and so on, but you, as a solution provider and expert, I think that's probably the most difficult thing I have found in my years. But it's very critical. So you not just want to have the solution, why it solves the problem and its value, but what do you want from us? And that'll start the conversation.
And Carl?
I basically agree with what everyone here has said. Generally, when a faculty member wants to talk to me, I said, okay, well, tell me what your idea is. And then the second thing is they're often looking for money. So what do you need the money for? And we sort of start there. But in terms of working with outside people, I think there's a myth that universities are flush with cash and we have all this money laying around and we're just waiting to partner with all of you and get your business off the ground. Unfortunately, over the decades, state support has gone from high to very low. So if you want to look at our budget, for example, only 10% of our funding actually comes from the state of Wisconsin. We're very much tuition-driven institution, probably not unlike Marquette and the rest of the universities. I would also tell you that in terms of who to contact, I would just say in some ways it depends because every institution is different. I will tell you that across the board, the research administrative people that are in the sponsor programs offices are good. They're everywhere, so we're everywhere. So they're always a good contact, but other universities have individuals who are in charge of corporate and strategic partnerships, economic development. Kevin in the back is particularly interested in business outreach. So in some ways it does depend, but it's really hard, I will tell you, to navigate a university. And my joke is you can't even figure out where to park when you come to the campus. I mean, it's really that difficult. Any of you who've tried know that is difficult. So email is a good way to contact us, set up appointments. The other thing I would mention is many of us at the UW campuses have the small business development centers, which are funded through grant work from USDA and others. And they are specifically there to help you if you are a small business. We obviously have great connectivity to CTC and Adela and her group and all of the systems and offices and resources within the UW system as well are, for us, are a phone call away. So we are really there to help you, and we're really trying to create greater outreach, particularly to the business community, particularly to the small business community, because we understand the struggle that it is to get your business up and running.
Yeah, then Carl, I'll stick with you. Now, once people find the front door and learn how to park at Whitewater, what's the next step that they should know? So what do you guys want this audience to know about working with your organization? What constraints and what's in it for me's must people consider?
In terms of parking, it takes a lot of not artificial intelligence, but I don't know, some other kind of intelligence none of us seem to have. But anyway, we are in a position to pretty much work with anybody and everybody, and we do to that extent. We have some constraints because we are a state-based organization. So Marquette for example, may have a little bit more leeway than we do in terms of some of the intellectual property kinds of things. But what we are basically in the education business at Whitewater, and we're in the business primarily of educating undergraduate students. We do have graduate programs, but we are always looking for opportunities for our students. And as Tim pointed out, that's really one of his main jobs, is to generate a workforce for all of you that, you know, you'd like it to be at least kind of plug and play. So when you hire somebody, they're ready to go. And we try to do our best, but we realize that there is often a skills gap between the employer and the university in our program. So we try to keep up in that sense, but understand university has been around since the 1100s. And in much ways, we're still the same as we were in the 1100s. We even wear the same garb, so come to graduation. But we are really interested in working more closely with you in a partnership capacity, in a collaborative capacity, finding ways. I know Tim, for example, is always looking for projects for his students to do in the classroom, so we could integrate what you need to have done in the confines of the curriculum, actually, or we can do it outside, special projects, internships. We're always looking for those opportunities. And we're really looking to take the resources that we have on the campus and make them available to the community. So one of the things we're trying to do is what I call is open up the university to the community, to the business community, even the local community, state, local governments, whatever, because we do have tremendous resources that, in my view, sometimes are underutilized. So we're really looking to find those collaborations. The other thing I would just say is, if you look at the federal funding that's out there right now, there is a ton of money, and almost all the programs involve collaborations, partnerships with organizations, with businesses, with industry, with other nonprofits. So we're looking to participate in any and all of those that we can and that we're qualified to work with. I guess the last thing I would just say is, if you work with someone like me, we also have great connectivity across the state. So if we don't have the expertise at Whitewater, I have no problem calling up our friends at UW-Madison or Milwaukee or Eau Claire or River Falls or Marquette. We'll find the expertise you need, and we're really dedicated to do that.
All right, thanks, Carl. So then you brought up a couple points I want to circle back to with Tim, Atish, and Walt specifically about connecting two people in universities. So how do people access you when considering things like teaching load and faculty research interests? So Tim, I'll start with you, but Walt, Atish, please feel free to jump in.
You know, the teaching loads in our research commitments and thing is a very highly variable thing. So frankly, I don't think any of you should actually worry about that when you contact us. Because if I have a large teaching load, or I have stuff or proposals or research deadlines, I'm going to tell you that. All right, without a doubt, I'll say, you know what, great idea. Can I talk to you in 4 months? Okay. So I wouldn't worry about that. I think the key thing is, if you have a product or service, if you have a story to tell about it, and you want to come to us, to Elizabeth or to Kevin, right? And then get one of us engaged. I'm going to look at it through two lenses or three lenses. One, is this what's in it for my students? Secondly, what's in it for my teaching, right? What can I use this in some way to augment and enrich my teaching and the different educational modalities we have now, classroom and online? And third, what's best for my research and for Whitewater? Do we benefit from it? Okay, kind of in that order. All right, I hope I didn't insult you, but yeah. So a very, very quick story about how I do it now. There's a company at the Innovation Center called Advasec that makes a new kind of intrusion detection software. And I've used them for the last 20, 30 years. And the good thing about this product is that it allows me to go from detection to action. It speeds up my OODA loop. really well. So they're training me on their product. In a couple of weeks, I'll start training my students in my senior level class on IT service management on the product. And then we have a company, we're going to go and use this hardware and software at a company for the students to do intrusion detection and develop a response plans and so on to teach them how to do this stuff in real time, as well as benefiting a company, small business, with their first kind of intrusion detection experiences. So, the fact, and then I can use this in my teaching, right? So the benefit is you make me smart about it. I can then instruct my students or have you come into the classroom and teach 1 or 2 sessions. And then we use it. There's a lot of benefit there for you for doing that approach, and certainly for us.
All right, Walt and Natish, anything to add on that?
So there's a lot of thoughts going through my head. There's a lot of material being covered. So I used to have the luxury of working on 7-year contracts with the federal government. Simple fact of the matter is you're in this room because you don't have that much time, right? And you want a shortcut. The biggest piece of advice that I can recommend, if you're reaching out to an individual faculty member, or if you're engaging with the Office of Economic Engagement, have it spec'd out, have some things spec'd out, have a scope of work, and try to understand what the resources are that you might need. In my due diligence prior to coming here, there wasn't a single project that I could conceive of that we couldn't pull off. We have the stacks in place. What we need to do is be able to take your project, know how big it is and how long it's going to take, and just plug you in. So the more detail you can give us to get us there, the better. And to circle back to something Tim said, even if I am busy with teaching load and research and all that kind of stuff, and I say that, 4 months, I can probably hand you off to another faculty member who I know is not as busy at this moment. So there really isn't a barrier to reaching out to individual faculty members. Make sense?
Yeah.
Good.
We have a highly engaged group of faculty who are working on different things. For example, we developed an Azure for manufacturing pathway last year, and I recall we had at least 4 faculty in engineering and business school who developed the courses. So that is for workforce development. Over the last 2 years, we have also done sponsored research projects with companies in the areas of digital twins. That was done by someone from mechanical engineering. Then we had folks in business school who were interfacing the Plex manufacturing execution system with SAP. So these are faculty and student teams working on sponsored research projects. But the easiest way, I think, you get entry into CSI is to do capstone projects, which are cost-free. So you have an idea, you come to us, and we invite students and faculty from different areas, and we can, as the senior design students, to work on the capstone project over a semester. So I think that would be the easiest way. The other thing I want to mention is that we are also launching a new MS in Digital Supply Chain Management in fall 2023. Which has several new courses on IIoT and blockchain, AI, machine learning, and so on. And next year, we are also planning to launch an MS in connected systems. And these are all interdisciplinary programs. So we have folks from computer science, engineering, business school who are working on developing the new courses.
All right. And then before I move on to the next topic, Ryan. So specifically, we talked in groups like this. What about getting the private sector involved in the public sector feedback loop? So specifically, what are you concerned about, and what should people be aware of in terms of elongated university timelines as compared to the pace of business?
Actually, I've been impressed. I have no complaints. I've gotten to know Walt. We just had lunch and have had a call together. One thing that impressed me right away was the thought about governance of data. So these black boxes that we build, when we use AI, yes, we don't know necessarily everything that's going on inside of them, but we do know what goes in and what comes out. And we have to think about privacy, confidentiality, and cybersecurity, regulatory issues. And they have thought of these things already, and that's part of their program. So I don't think that there is a detriment. What you'll find is, we have this thought that it's all about a meritocracy as we go into these, developing our ideas. I would argue that there's more involved or more importance placed on timing and networking. So get out there and meet some people because you just don't know what that's gonna lead to.
All right. So the theme of this summit has emphasized product development and partnering for SBIR ecosystems, our outcomes, and advancing AI ML in the region through more touch points. What other ways can people engage to build up the ecosystem? Walt, I'll lead with you.
One of the things that we talked about in our call, when we were planning this, learning what students are capable of is something that I've only been teaching for 3 years, and every single semester it stupefies me. The ideas that they generate and what they are able to produce in a 16-week period is overwhelming. So what I'm trying to do, and I appreciate Ryan nodding to this, is kind of automate this. So there's an opportunity for you to come to the university, a small fee for service. And as an educator, it's my job to give students these opportunities to participate in research. So by creating a simple pipeline, now we have non-disclosure agreements in place, secure data portals. You can spec a project, hand it off to a student. They do what you ask them to do over 16 weeks, and you get what they produce at the end. Does that answer the question that you're getting at?
Yeah, yes, it does. That is exactly what I was getting at. And I know Tim has similar research capabilities, so I'll go to him next. I know you two were talking earlier, so if you could explain the differences and similarities in your program as well.
Well, I don't know if Carl needs to plug his ears up here, but you know, I'm an Italian kid from New Jersey. I'm going to do what I want, and I'll ask permission at some point in the distant future. If I want to work with companies and they have something for my students, I'm going to use it, and regardless of what we produce. And it's something that benefits my students. It's something that makes them smarter. It makes them marketable. Maybe they don't use your product out there, but they have it on their resume. It starts to build that analytics, machine learning, cyber competency and business acumen, right? So we have the masters in cyber at Whitewater, but it's not about competing with MIT and Carnegie Mellon. It's about creating the business managers who have to manage the people from Carnegie Mellon and MIT to respond to cyber events, okay? So I think that if you come to us, I'm going to figure out how we can partner. And it may be, to Walt's point about putting a student on it or 2 students, and having them work for 16 weeks, with funding, because, we want our students to say, yeah, they did this project, they were paid, they had to produce, they had to have deliverables, they had to hit marks, had to put together a project plan, they had to make, track the project and progress in the project, they had to use Scrum, things like that. And the other thing too, I'll point out that Walt was too humble is, my wife's a flight attendant, so she likes to tell everybody that I'm full of useless information, but I'm not, okay? And when you engage our students, you kind of also get us, right? You kind of get our ideas and thoughts. And I think in the next section, I was going to talk about a particular capstone project we did where that really came out quite, I was able to contribute a lot to what the students were doing to the benefit of the partner. But I'll talk about that in a few minutes.
Oh, you can go for it.
You want me to? Okay. So I actually started off life as a rocket scientist. My PhD's in astrophysics, and I was at Berkeley for a while until I realized being an IT consultant paid far better than being a rocket scientist. So a friend of mine from my rocket science days works for a startup in Houston. They are building an autonomous factory for operations on the moon. The first 5 to 15 meters of the moon's surface is called the regolith, and the dominant element in it is oxygen, which it turns out is a key ingredient for rocket fuel. So the question was how can they move? They could mine the oxygen, but then how do you move the oxygen to the launch pad? And then how do you sell it to the launch facility? So we put together a couple of reference architectures around what services would managed services would be needed. I had to design a supply chain and how to build it autonomously. And then the students put together the ref service, the managed services necessary to make it work. Using, it turns out, Google, the cloud providers are very much into using the cloud in space because they want the cloud to be used by lunar operations and Martian operations. And in the process of doing that, I realized that if you're going to sell lunar material to another company on the moon, you need a price discovery mechanism. Down here we have something called the futures market. So I got another student to help me design a futures market to operate on the moon, because in my consulting days, I did a lot of work in capital markets, and in my off time, I'm a futures trader. I mostly trade oil futures for about 15 years. And so we put together a futures market to kind of operate price discovery for purely on the moon for lunar resources being sold to other companies on the moon. And then we turn this all over to our partner in Houston. So the benefit, I think, especially, my priority with students is you get our experiences, our backgrounds, and so on. And so people like Walt and others, when they participate in these things, you get us, you get our experiences, our ideas and things. And I think that's just to your benefit.
All right, thank you. Atish, so we've talked about how learning happens inside and outside universities. So what is CSI doing, and what specifically do you want to see that can help showcase those capabilities?
First of all, as I mentioned before, we have a manufacturing test bed. It's an advanced manufacturing test bed, a mini factory, if you will. And some of the other panelists have talked about this. There are so many touch points there in the test bed. Like we have work centers, and we got 2 robots last week. So we can do research in AGVs. And yesterday, actually, I was talking to a company. They're thinking of doing 5G for some of the small and medium manufacturing companies here. And one of the things that came out, we have done image analytics. They want to do video analytics. So that could be a use case. So there are so many use cases. So we have an end-to-end, right from the customer order to the production to the shipment. So we have the end-to-end pipeline, but you really don't have to look at the entire pipeline. You can look at one piece or at one workstation, and then look at things like an anomaly detection, failure analytics, and vision, all kinds of things, vibration analysis, So there are so many use cases that could focus on. And then we have the digital twin. So you don't have to really use the test, but you can use the digital twin. We also have an industrial data center. We have a cybersecurity lab. So there are many areas. So actually, some of the panelists have talked about it. Let the students work with your company, and they will figure out, they will really figure out how to solve the problem. So I would invite some of you to just come over and take a tour of our facilities. And right now, if you don't want to invest money, start with the capstone project, get a use case, and then we'll have a team of students working on the project. And then you can think of being a member of our institute.
All right, thank you. Carl, is there anything you wanted to say about the Whitewater Incubator or similar spaces you've seen within university ecosystems that help build up the overall Wisconsin ecosystem, aside from what you've already mentioned?
Well, I should just pass the microphone over to Elizabeth, who's sitting here as our executive director. But the Innovation Center really is a business incubator. So she has a number of businesses in the Whitewater. It's an interesting project because it's a collaboration with the City of Whitewater and the Whitewater Economic Development Corporation and the university. So it truly is a partnership. It was started through a grant from the Economic Development Administration. And it has a very strong focus on rural businesses because we live in rural Wisconsin. As we joke, we're next to everything. We're close to everything, but next to nothing. So that's what we say about us in Whitewater. But the The Innovation Center also provides business services to those businesses that are not in the incubator per se. So business development services for small businesses and primarily in our greater sort of 3 or 4 county region is what we do. And then that coupled with our Small Business Development Center provides other resources. Plus, as we've all talked about, the resources of the university are available, including students. And I would just comment that I've been a graduate dean at some larger universities, and I will tell you, in terms of doing research, undergraduates are actually more fearless than graduate students. They have nothing to really gain necessarily. They're not so worried about keeping that B average and writing that thesis or that dissertation, and they're just kind of fearless. They just go for it, so to speak. So with the direction of a really strong faculty member, they will do things that maybe would be even more ingenious, I'll say, than a grad student would do. But keep in mind, they are students and they have limited experience. And so the product you would get will be whatever it is they come up with. So we're not a contract R&D organization. So we do our best to deliver what we think we can, but just as a word of caution, you are working with students, and that is a little bit of a downside. But on the upside, these students often can become your future employees. So it's a great way for you to sort of try out some talent in your organization if you're looking to bolster your workforce.
All right, thank you. And Ryan, wrap up on this topic. Are there any other ways you've seen that share talent or prevent brain drain from the state of Wisconsin? I know we've talked about what a great infrastructure we have. What are the best ways you've seen people utilize that, and how should they use it moving forward?
I would say, let me answer that in a very specific way. When we've had young folks come in, students in particular, we often get exposed to a new framework, and literally like a software framework or AI framework that we might not have even known about because they are young and taking chances and learning new things. And I think that would be a big benefit to a lot of us who are established in some type of enterprise and would not get exposed to that. I don't want to say young way of thinking, but it's a very flexible mindset where, hey, like you said, they're not invested in the tradition. They're going to show up with what, hey, I saw this thing. I thought it was the best thing for your particular application. Where else would you get that? So that exposure to that new way of thinking in those new frameworks. I think one thing we saw in Web 2.0 was, hey, there's a new web framework about every 18 months that reaches ubiquity. The same thing will happen with AI. Right now, you've got things like TensorFlow, you've got CUDA. It's really, CUDA in particular, just one player, NVIDIA, in that space. There's going to have to be more because there's so much money flowing into this. And who's going to expose you to that? Someone either doing research or a student who's had personal experience with that.
Thank you. So then final thoughts before we open it up for audience questions. Can you each of us leave with one idea, resource, or piece of advice to encourage innovators to pursue these AI ML technologies? Start with you, Ryan.
Sure. So I was thinking about this morning because you hinted us that this question was coming, and I was thinking back to, so IBM in the early days, in the beginning of the 20th century, they thought that there'd be a demand for about 5 computers in the world. And obviously they got that wrong. They've gotten a few things wrong since then. But we're at that same point right now where it's almost like the 1920s, but 100 years later. And what I mean by that is you have Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, Google, and then maybe it's someone like Alibaba or Tencent in the Asia space. That's obviously not going to stay that way. So as we talk about networking and talking to people, I would love to hear that this all gets blown up by people in this room and new things come out. But this is a wonderful inflection point to take advantage of these new technologies and the fact that you have people just the other day, or it might have even been yesterday morning, Google did a demonstration of their Bard product and it kind of botched it, frankly, and just ended the presentation. So what that tells me is somebody in a garage or somebody in this room meeting somebody else is going to be pivotal going forward. So I would say this is to that point about timing being important. This is that timing, and to get more people have input, that's only going to expose you to more things and increase your chance of success. So reach out to these folks. It's going to be valuable. I've learned a lot from Idella on the tech transfer side. I read, even though I have a day job, I read the SBIR announcements, and I would say the government is very in tune with industry, with what's in demand, and it's, boy, what a huge opportunity there is right now. So go for it.
All right. Well,
there simply isn't enough time to go through all the resources that Marquette University has. I think you saw a couple highlighted today. You saw Dr. Iqbal with the UbiComp Lab. You saw Dr. Kazmarek, who's leading the cybersecurity center. We have a data ethics center and expertise in essentially every domain that relates to ML and AI. So I would just encourage you to reach out to the university, anticipate some time in your Gantt chart. But like I said, the more you can do to spec your project, knowing exactly what it is you need, we can plug you in relatively quickly. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I would strongly encourage you to visit us and take a tour of our facilities. You'll see the infrastructure. I'm sure that'll generate a lot of ideas, not only in AI, ML, but in a host of other areas.
Tim?
So great, especially Walt. He kind of read my mind. So I'll leave you with this question. If you want to approach us with possible ideas or what to work with, ask yourself this question. If I was an undergraduate, would I want to use your product in this course that I need to get an A from? All right? Ask yourself that question. That'll help you go a long way toward deciding whether or not to come talk to us, I think. So.
All right, and Carl?
Yesterday, I got a question from our dean of our College of Letters and Science, and part of our cybersecurity program and our computer science department is in his college. And I mentioned to him that, there's a lot of federal money flowing out there, particularly in AI, IT, cyber. And he said, I told him, I said, well, there's a ton of programs at National Science Foundation. And I said, there's at least half a dozen. Well, I did a search yesterday. There's 26, by the way, 26 programs just at one agency. And many of them really require industry university partnerships. That's what they're looking for. So my parting thought to all of you is, we're open for business. We're looking for partners. We're looking to find ways that we can collaborate with you, help you be successful and create win-win situations for our students, for our faculty, and for the university to try to help make Wisconsin, #1 in AI.
All right, I'll open it up for audience questions. Yes. All right, just to repeat that question for those online. If you're working on a national security project, specifically with the university, can universities actually assist with those projects?
So a couple of things. First of all, and I don't mean this as a disparaging remark, but the projects or ideas that require us to worry about IP protections are few and far between. A lot of ideas, I talk to people, a lot of my own ideas I'm embarrassed to admit to, right? But, Walt and I were talking earlier that if you have an idea that really requires strong IP protection and so on, it'll become obvious pretty quickly. And then we'll deal with it. Others could be late bloomers. You work on it, maybe, maybe not, you got to work longer on it. yeah, there are ways to do it. And frankly, I'm not sure university's any worse than any businesses. You know, there's businesses that fund startups and their intellectual property process can be as daunting. So I guess I'm a little less sanguine worried about the university's process than anything else. But, you know, it's a bridge you cross when you get to the bridge, right? Especially in national security, I have plenty of students who could pass security clearances, I'm pretty sure, though barring knowing more about their nature, but there are ways of handling that too. But again, it's a problem to be solved when you need to solve the problem, not have some general policies in place myself.
A blanket policy that there's no IP is a foreign concept to me. I haven't heard anyone say that before. So thank you for sharing that with me and teach me that it exists. What I've experienced at the university is a discussion, and there needs to be a careful evaluation of who owns what, clearly lay it all out. Like I said, I submitted an invention last week. That's the beginning of a process where people can have a communication openly about who owns what. From my perspective, right, taking off my university payroll, I've been impressed with Marquette University, and it seems to me as an industry standard, they're not asking for as much as I would have expected. So I think that they've been incredibly generous with a lot of projects that I've seen go through the pipeline.
You know, real quick, there's probably startups that have ways of controlling software visibility and so on, even in GitHub. So even if you have proprietary software you feel have some national security piece to it, you know, there are ways of putting controls in place so the people using it don't have access. So I guess, again, if you're looking for a solution to it, doesn't exist, it's case by case. And yeah, we could figure that out. But I've always found people worried about that particular thing. It kind of doesn't make sense until you actually, it has to be done in context. So you have what's the idea, right? And that's when you start to have a discussion, and having an a priori policy to cover everything, I think is way too bureaucratic.
To your question on who owns the IP, in our case, it depends on the level of funding. So if the funding is high, the company will own the IP. Otherwise, we could get into a sharing agreement.
Okay, we are at time, but do I have time for one more question on this side? Okay, sorry, didn't mean to ignore the side, but if there are questions, anybody else? All right, so then we'll just thank you guys so much. Oh, we got one more question. Yes. So for those online, question was, out of these students that these individuals engage with, how many are staying in state or starting their own startups? And how do we focus on that talent retention that's been talked about?
Okay, I guess I'll take it. So actually, a number of my seniors and some juniors have 20-hour-a-week jobs. They're actually working for companies that they are going to work with when they graduate. A number of other ones who work for startups, mostly in Madison, Milwaukee. I've just noticed, kind of much to my surprise, how many whitewater students stay in Wisconsin. I was not, haven't been at Notre Dame, Berkeley, University of Arizona. You know, those are Tweety Bird universities. They all leave and go wherever. But no, I've found that the skills and competencies we teach seem to be staying in state. But that's just anecdotal. I don't have any specific data.
I think we're all accountable to the answer to that question, right? We find ourselves, I joined faculty right as the brain drain was being advertised across the state, right? So if we see opportunities to engage students in a meaningful way that gives them the experiences that they want, and we align them in an industry where they get that return, that quality of life that they need, I think we're doing our job. So I think it falls to us, honestly.
I would just add really quickly, we have a program for students to launch businesses called Launchpad. So we specifically focus on that. All of our business students all have done internships, I'm sure. And, you know, one of the things we pride ourselves in as a university is, you know, we're about 99% of our students have jobs when they graduate. They're all into jobs and careers, including or going to graduate school or professional school. So we strongly believe in giving our students those kinds of hands-on experiences through undergraduate research or internships, or helping them develop small businesses on their own. And so, yeah, we value that very highly. We also, you know, we are in the talent generation business, and that's really what we look to do.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much. I know these aren't the only resources in the room. So those of you who would be a good resource for people to connect with, please stand up so that people know who they should network with. I know I saw MSOE, Milwaukee Tech Hub, talked about WPI, WMEP, any others. Yeah, make sure you go meet those people. Northwestern Mutual, obviously. And we got two over here as well, MSOE and Tech Hub. So, all right. Well, thank you. Hand it back over to Idella and release my panel.
You do it. You're doing a thing. Okay, everybody. I love the way that this last panel ended in terms of talent and talent development and brain drain. I am a graduate of UW-Madison. I did my PhD in cellular and molecular biology. I am from Arkansas, and I stayed because of things like this, networking opportunities, getting into the startup space, understanding a new niche area that complemented my technical training. And so here is my invitation. Please stay for our SBIR panel workshop. You may be thinking about starting a business. You may have a business. You may be a researcher looking to eventually partner with a business, or you may be like myself, just kind of curious about how to transform these innovative solutions into new products that the real world can use. And that can be through good understanding of the SBIR program, a process of grantsmanship, and of course, being able to communicate our technology to what folks need in the private sector. So, couple of notes. So I'm doing this plug. Please join us tomorrow. Everybody who is registered here today will probably get an email from Margaret with the resources that this last panel have available to you, as well as an email to the Zoom link for tomorrow's event. It's going to be a truncated program starting at 12:15 with our keynote address and 3 back-to-back panels with our federal agency representatives, heavy on Department of Defense. Our partners over here with the Wisconsin Air National Guard have put together the first panel, and I highly encourage you guys to show up. Of course, we'll start with a keynote with Administrator Aglape. Here are going to be our first panel, so hopefully this is very intriguing. I've met James Pitcher as one of the panelists who has really a good understanding of kind of the Department of Defense contracting space that they're using for these innovation programs. And it's been kind of a nerd. It's a nerd. I love the nerd processes. So someone like James and of course Angela will be really great resources as you learn about some of the up and coming innovation areas for this emerging technology across Department of Defense. Our second panel will be hosted by another colleague of ours, Anya, and we're going to be focusing on Department of Defense health applications. So we'll have an individual who does sort of technology scouting and who can talk to you more about what the Department of Defense looks at when they're thinking about human performance and healthcare. Keep in mind, they're looking for a mission-specific application. So what you might have in terms of the healthcare for the civilian space may need to be reconfigured, thought about differently if you want to see that applied in the Department of Defense space. And you'll also be joined by someone who's been successful in the SBIR program in the health and wellness area with one of his software solutions. I'm particularly interested in software when it comes to this space because there are also cool new regulations and activities that you have to do in order to move your technology forward. So come and learn about that tomorrow. And then I will be hosting the last panel of the day, so stick around. We have representation from NSF, NIH, and one of our service providers that offer no-cost resources as you're thinking about accessing SBIR and STTR funding through the Air Force. With that said, again, thank you to all of our partners through this lovely space, to our folks who have been helping us make sure that you can hear what's going on here today. Thank you to everybody who helped make this day possible, which includes you, our special guest to host and have this conversation with today. It does say a 10-minute break, but what we're gonna do is I'm gonna say, don't you leave here without no food, please. Please take some of this extra food. Cookies, I know you got family. You got a neighbor, please take something. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break and I encourage people to please stick around so that we can go through the SBIR panel. And then we will definitely do a workshop where you can learn about some of the first levels of communication, NSF project pitch, a quad chart, and an executive summary, which are your first communications to your agency. Okay, and I think, perfect your pitch, great. Thank you, everybody. Okay, folks. So for those of you who are in the room, we're going to go ahead and just do a little SBIR introduction as we're waiting for those who think they might stay. Maybe we'll hook you with some SBIR rules. But I do appreciate people who are choosing to get food. I do appreciate you. I value your contribution. Okay, Todd, do you want to go ahead and start and do a little thing while we're waiting for people to clear out? We'll see where we're at. For those of you who are staying, can I just get a show of hands? Like how many people are super familiar with the federal SBIR program? Super familiar, somewhat, okay. How many people who are staying have ever submitted a grant? Let's say, how many people have ever submitted a grant? Let's just see that. For whoever's staying. I'm looking at y'all because I don't know if y'all staying or not. But I want you to. I know they're not. No, I won't pull you to the front. You're okay in the second row, sir. I can see you. That's fine. If you've never submitted a grant, how many people have ever done work and like a contract capacity with any of the agencies? Yeah, okay. There are two different flavors of the SBIR program, grants and contracts. So Todd is going to try and like level set, orient us here for just a few minutes for those of us who are still interested. Oh, you're doing the Lord's work there. Thank you. That's okay. You don't have to explain it to me. I thank you. Okay, Todd. Also, if you've not seen, I do hope that you will take these lovely info sheet on the Department of Defense because the DoD has $2 billion of the $4.3 billion in the SBIR program. And my plug is that we will be doing a more intensive SBIR proposal workshop that emphasizes the Department of Defense opportunities. So today is just going to be a bit of an introduction, but I hope that you will love it so much that you will want to learn more about grantsmanship and how to think about these agencies. With that said, I am going to turn it over to Todd.
All right. Thanks, everybody. So I'm going to start with this with a little bit of SBIR 101 stuff. I think we've got what 5-10 people in here who are interested in the workshop. I'm going to talk a little bit about the SBIR world in a little bit more detail. And Idella just asked you a couple of minutes ago, how many people have submitted an SBIR before? Awesome. Okay. How many people have never heard of SBIR until today? Even better. So that means I can lie to you and you'd never know, right? Incident, I mentioned earlier that in the sessions today that SBIR is a program that the federal government has. There are actually 11 federal agencies. I'll talk about that in just a little bit. But I do want to mention that on this brochure that we have out, on this page, it says for Department of Defense, right here, the topic list has dropped today for the types of things that the Department of Defense is looking to fund through the SBIR program. The deadline is March 8th. And not more than 44 minutes ago, in my email from GovTribe, here is one of the topics: artificial intelligence, machine learning development processes and technologies, and Pathfinder processes to identify military relevant technologies. So the Department of Defense has a topic where they're looking for an AI solution to where they can identify relevant technologies that other companies might have. And if that's something that you might be able to prepare or develop some kind of web crawler or something that's able to look at all these technologies that are available that the Department of Defense might need, they're looking to fund your project to be able to do that. That just came to me 44 minutes ago. Topic dropped today, deadline in a month. Okay. Let me kind of get started here. So this is the outline of what we're looking to do. I'll give a little bit of an overview of what the SBIR program is, and then also how we at the CTC can help. I'll give a little bit of talk about what the pitfalls and tips are. One of the things, after I give this kind of 101 lecture sort of things, one of the things that we would want to have the opportunity is, if you are interested in sticking around and trying to write or prepare at least a draft of some of the first documents that you can use to reach out to a program manager, that's what we'll do for the remainder of the workshop, to help you just sit down and help you with things. If you're able to work on your computer while we're here and you have questions, that's what we're going to be here for. But for the first section here, it's going to be basically kind of a lecture of what we're looking to do. One of the things I did want to mention on all of my slides, you have this information on the bottom of this slide. This is my contact information. I know when people are talking, going through conferences and things, and we don't want you to have your cell phone out and it's all like, oh, because you're going to be distracted. No, I actually want you to have your cell phone out. I want you to text me even now. I want you to send me an email even now to see if you want to have more conversations with me. And as we go through these slides, that information is going to be there. So feel free to send me some information or a request for a meeting or something for later on. Okay, so I'm going to, these are some objectives that we would like to try to go through today to get you started in preparing some of the documents that might go into a first contact with the program manager. I won't read all these things, but the first one is understand the purpose and function of the SBIR program. And then we'll talk a little bit about what we do at the CTC and then get on to other things. So the SBIR program is a federally funded program. It started in 1982 from the Small Business Administration, as one who manages it, who administrates it. It's congressionally mandated that a certain number of agencies set aside about 3.2% of their research dollars specifically for small business innovation research. So it's not available for any other large company. It's not available for nonprofits. It's not available for universities. It goes to small businesses. And it's intended to fund things that you can't get funding for otherwise. So if you have some kind of interesting technology that requires some fairly serious research and you try to go to a bank or something to get a loan, they're going to tell you, no, we're not going to be able to fund you. If you try to go to venture capital or angel investors, they're going to say, well, show us the data that it actually works, and then maybe we'll think about funding you. The problem you're going to run into is that you need the money to show that your idea actually works. And so you're kind of stuck in a catch-22 situation. Maybe you can go to, if you get founders money or friends and family and fools money to be able to do some of this initial research dollars. But really the SBIR program is intended specifically for those sorts of technologies that are technically risky, where you cannot get outside funding, private funding of any other way. So it's really intended for that. It is intended to promote the high risk, high payoff research that eventually leads to some kind of solving of a significant problem and with an ultimate product that you can sell. So I have this call out here that the project that you're looking to fund should be technically hard with a reasonable chance that the science won't work. It might be counterintuitive that the federal government would want to fund a project if they're looking to give you some money. It's like, yeah, we want to make sure that the project works. Well, if the project is going to work, if you're really confident the project's going to work, then private investment should kick in. The federal government wants to fund those things that are technically hard, challenging, have a high chance of failure. But of course, it solves some kind of significant problem that is useful. So SBIR, I have the title there. It stands for Small Business Innovation Research Grants. It's intended to fund small businesses that are doing scientific research in some way. And it's for the development of new products. Generally, things that are not funded, so this is generally, so there is some squishy room to it. Engineering something or making a product that doesn't require research are typically not funded. If you have an idea that's pretty much done, you just kind of need to work the bugs out. You know, if it's straightforward coding and it's going to take, I just need to spend some time getting all the bugs worked out. It's usually not a great project. There are some differences. Sometimes those things can be funded. It's definitely not intended to fund commercialization sort of activities, marketing sort of stuff, or, hey, our company is going under, we need money, and so we want to keep paying our employees or keep the lights on, so I'd like to get this money for that. It's not intended to fund those sorts of things. The grant does go to the company. So this is unlike any other grant that you might be familiar with. Like I said, universities or nonprofits might be able to get grants, but this is something that is specifically designed to go to the company. And usually the projects are pitched by the company. So you have the idea and you get the opportunity to write a proposal and try to convince the reviewers at the federal agencies that they should fund your project so that you can build a product that you can then sell in the open market. There is a little bit of a difference with Department of Defense and NASA. Most of the time, Department of Defense and NASA will dictate the type of topics that they want to fund. Other agencies, what do you got? Department of Defense, we need solutions to this thing, just like what I had earlier. They're looking for a solution to be able to use AI to be able to find things that might help the warfighter. Now you can work, so even though this grant goes to you as a small company, you can work with other organizations like other large companies or small companies or even universities, but it is limited in the amount of money that you can, or the amount of the budget that you can use to those outside organizations, including 1099 consultants. So it's limited. Most of the work has to be done by W-2 employees or the supplies, something that the company actually controls. There is something called STTR, stands for Small Business Technology Transfer, that allows for more university or research nonprofit organization effort. So there's a better collaboration with STTR. And sometimes we find that our clients, STTR is a better fit than an SBIR. If with an SBIR or an STTR, the small business is always the applicant. SBIR does allow the small business to be involved with some nonprofit organization limited to a certain amount. The principal investigator of this research project has to be primarily employed by the company. So more than 51% has to be employed by the company. They can have another job somewhere else, but it's limited. You can only work 19.6 hours anywhere else. But they want to make sure that the principal investigator, the person in charge of the grant, of the research, is really working mostly on that project that they're funding. The company does have to do 2/3 of the effort. So 1/3 can go out to universities or national labs or large companies or even small companies, but 2/3 has to still be done by the company. The difference with STTR is that even though SBIR allows the involvement of a nonprofit research organization, STTR requires it. So you would have to be involved with a nonprofit research organization. And sometimes we talk to our clients and we find out that they don't have the resources or the research chops to be able to do a good job on a proposal. And it turns out, well, we can work with the university and do some of this work. And then STTR makes a lot more sense for them to collaborate with the university. It does turn out for an STTR that 40% of the budget has to be done by the company and 30% has to be done by the university or some nonprofit research lab. And the rest, whatever makes sense. So it could be a situation for at that as much as 60% of your STTR that your company would get, actually you subcontract out to a research lab. For most of the agencies that do have STTRs, the principal investigator can be either with the company or with the university. So sometimes our clients, we find out that they have this great idea, but they don't have the skill set to do the work. However, professor at university does. And so, okay, we'll have the principal investigator of this STTR be with the university. National Science Foundation is a bit of an exception. And I will mention some exceptions on some of these things, which makes it kind of confusing and daunting if you're looking to pursue an SBIR or STTR. And honestly, this is why I get paid. Because of all the nuances and things that I can help negotiate through the process with you. These are the participating agencies that are involved with SBIRs. The Department of Defense is the big one. They control about half of the research dollars. Health and Human Services, primarily National Institute of Health, is the next biggest one, and then Department of Energy, NASA, and all these other ones that are more or less arranged according to the size of the budget. These 6 agencies have STTRs. So not all the 11 agencies have STTRs. All 11 have SBIRs, and 6 of them have additionally the STTR program as well. It does turn out that that we find in Wisconsin, we get a fair amount of NIH, fair amount of National Science Foundation proposals, some Department of Agriculture, some Department of Energy, and we're seeing an increase in Department of Defense. We are actually specifically targeting trying to get more funds from the Department of Defense into the state. This totals to over $4.2 billion in the SBIR STTR program per year. So we want our clients, we want Wisconsin to be able to tap into those funds as much as possible. Typically, there's a phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 process. I mentioned earlier this morning that phase 1 is somewhere between $150,000 to up to $300,000, sometimes a little less, sometimes a little more. And since it is a research project, you do have to put together some kind of technical proposal. This is actual, real science that you have to do. You have to show that you have a scientific team that can do the work. You have to have the facilities to do the work. You have to include a budget about how much money you want to have and what the money goes for. If you are successful in getting funded with an SBIR phase 1 and you are successful in accomplishing your goals with phase 1, you have the opportunity to apply for phase 2. Phase 2 is for bigger dollars, some $600,000, $1 million, $2.7 million. It kind of depends, but it ranges. So you're talking some fairly decent money to do some research. One of the differences, and we mentioned a little earlier, is that with a phase 2, it's a bigger research project. Again, these are things intended to fund products that you eventually will sell. So for phase 2, you will have to include a formalized commercialization plan on how you plan to bring this to market, who your customer is, how do you know you have customers. We at CTC help with all that. Phase 3 is not actually really technically federal grant money. They consider phase 3 is when you're done with the federal grant money and you're moving on to actual commercialization. So if you get to some point where you have a product you can actually sell, that's great. You're in phase 3. Or if you want to do licensing, or if it's something that's really complicated and you can't really take this to market yourself, but you have enough data that venture capital or a large company can come in and fund the rest of it, that's where you are at phase 3. Okay, so eligibility. You have to be a for-profit company that's located in the United States. These things do not fund nonprofits. They fund for-profit companies. The company has to be at least 50% owned by US citizens or permanent resident aliens. There is a little bit of leeway for companies that are owned by multiple VC or hedge funds. But typically it's, company is owned by US citizens, at least 50%. It has to be a small company, which means you're less than 500 people, according to the federal government. I'm going to guess that pretty much everyone in this room has, if they have a company, it's less than 500 people. I think our clients that typically are in the 2 to 10, maybe 20 people clients or companies. I think my largest company is 175 people, but that's pretty typical. And that's if you are over 500 people, including the subsidiaries or affiliates, you're owned by a larger company. We're only 10 people, but we're owned by a large company. That counts. And so you wouldn't be eligible if you're owned by a larger company. It's not necessarily a formalized requirement, but since this is a research project to do science and research, you do have to have the staff in order to be competitive. You do have to have the staff and facilities to be able to do some scholarly research that you're looking to do. All right, so kind of an outline of how a grant actually would work. You've got to try to figure out what your story is. You have some kind of significant unsolved need or problem. You're likely not going to get funded if somebody already has a solution to some problem, even if you're different or something like that. They're looking to fund things that are significant and an unsolved problem. They're looking for an innovative solution. So small business innovation research grants, we're looking for an innovative solution, not something that's already been done before. And the crux of it is that you're going to be looking at 1, maybe 2 or 3 potential research questions that you want to answer. And that's where you want the dollars. We need the money to be able to solve or answer these particular questions to see whether or not we have proven something or validated something that we accomplish. Overall, though, you're looking for some high impact commercial product. So this is not academic research to where you're doing research for the sake of knowledge and trying to learn something. This is really ultimately to be leading up to some kind of product that you can sell and make lots of money for. Oh, do I need to go back? Okay. So that's kind of an overview of what the SBIR program is about. Let me talk a little bit about the general CTC programs. Maybe I'll stop right here and see if there's any questions that you might have about just generally the SBIR world and STTR world. Yeah, question here. Uh-huh. The small business is the one that applies for the grant. So your small business can apply for the grant. If you're looking to be the principal investigator for an SBIR, you have to reduce your appointment at UW-Milwaukee to 49% or less, or go on sabbatical, or hire somebody else like a grad student who's looking for a gig, and they can be the principal investigator. Now, if you're looking at an STTR, you as the professor at the university could be a principal investigator. There are some conflict of interest. So it's a situation where your company gets the grant and then they contract to you as a university person, and you'd be the PI, but it's your company. So there's some things that have to be made sure that they're under control. But that's something you do have to concern yourself with, that if you were going to be the principal investigator for an SBIR, you'd have to reduce your load somehow. Sometimes people go on sabbatical, sometimes people retire, sometimes people go down to part-time for the 6 months or so that it takes. Yes, but I don't believe he's full-time. Yeah, and either that or he is on sabbatical. Good question. So the eligibility is at the time of the award. So you can actually prepare a proposal, without people hired at your company yet, without the PI properly being a PI, without a company that's 50% owned by US citizens, you go ahead and send the application in. But at the time of the award or just before the award, they will send you some paperwork that says you certify that you really are a small business that is located in the United States and the work is being done in the United States and your principal investigator is eligible. Ideally, you would identify the principal investigator first and put them on the grant as the principal investigator, but you don't have to have them actually physically hired. You can enter an agreement with them and say, well, then this happens too with our professors who have a grad student, postdoc, or something like that. I'm writing this SBIR for my company, and we would like to have you be the principal investigator. Let's keep you on at the university, go through the process. Hey, guess what? It hit. Okay, you're no longer working for the university, you're working for the company as of today. So that's a possibility. Question?
It's a question about like intellectual property ownership, but if it's touched later in the slides.
Yeah, go ahead and ask it now.
So, because federal funding is involved, does the federal government have any rights in the IP, or is part of this the private enterprise gets to keep on?
Yeah, that's also an excellent question. So these are grants and sometimes contracts. So it is essentially free money that you don't have to pay back, even if the project fails. The federal government does not take any interest in your company, so they don't take any ownership, and they don't take any ownership of the IP. There is a clause that says the federal government has the right to march in and take a license from the technology. I have never heard that happening. Sometimes people get worried about it, but I've never heard it happening. I can foresee a situation. For example, somebody comes up with a solution, a cure for COVID. Thanks for the SBIR money. We got a cure for COVID. We're not going to commercialize it. We're just going to sit on it. Federal government will say, no, we're going to take that and we're going to give you a license. We're going to take a license from it and we're going to make it for you. Or it's a situation where it's something that has to do with national security. They may take a license and say, yeah, that's really interesting stuff that we don't want other people to have. It rarely, if ever, happens, and I just have never heard of it really happening.
So even in defense related technology, it's rarely like, if it's defense related technology, you have to be more worried about that, or you've never seen that?
I've never seen it happen. I can't say that it hasn't happened, but I've not seen it happen. And they do have that clause in there that gives them the right. Mm-hmm. Also a good question. You know, I may never get to the thing, but I can answer all questions all day. This is great. Yes, you can do a phase 1 SBIR and then do your phase 2 as an STTR. Or the other way around, do phase 1 as STTR and then submit a phase 2 as an SBIR. That's not a problem at all. Okay. All right. Well, great questions. Appreciate it. All right. So let's talk a little bit about what we do at the CTC. We are, you probably picked up that we are funded by WEDC. We're funded by the Small Business Administration, a little bit from UW Systems. Because we are funded by Wisconsin taxpayers and US taxpayers, all of our services are free. We don't charge anything. So we do a lot of SBIR ad hoc consulting. So if you have an idea that might be an SBIR or an STTR, feel free to reach out to me. My phone has not rung yet. Phone number is here. So send me a text, and I'm happy to talk to you about what your idea is and vet it to see whether or not it's a reasonable fit for an SBIR. We do have different programs that are available. I have them listed here. SBIR Ready is something we do in the spring, which is kind of a bigger workshop than what we got kind of planned now. It's a 4-week long, 4-session long, once every week, where we work with you to try to prepare an actual proposal. We have microgrants available, so you can, then I'll talk a little bit about what the microgrants are. So it's some money that you can get from us. We have pre-submission review panels. So part of what we do, in addition to me looking over your proposals and giving you hints and trying to figure out what's the better way to prepare a proposal, we actually try to mimic the federal review as close as we can. I'll talk about that a little bit later. And then SBIR Advance, which is our matching grant program. All of it's free. And some of these things, we actually give you money. So it's not a situation where you pay us for our help. We will pay you to do some of this stuff. And this is really why we're here. It does turn out that it's really confusing when you start looking at the different SBIR and STTR programs. First, it's the federal government, and the federal government is just confusing in general. And it turns out that there's 11 federal agencies that have different rules and regulations. They have different deadlines. So I mentioned that March 8th is the deadline for the next DOD. March 5th is the next deadline for National Science Foundation. April 5th is the next deadline for NIH. So they all have their different focus. Clearly, NIH is more interested in health-related issues. Department of Energy is more interested in energy-related issues. Agriculture is more interested in agriculture-related issues. So we help all those things, try to figure out what the best fit is. One of the things we'd like you to do is to reach out to a program manager at the agencies to bounce your idea off of them. And part of what we're kind of looking at doing today is to help you start that process of getting something together that you can email off to a program manager. We also help with commercialization plans. So remember, phase 2 is you have to have a commercialization plan that's required, and we can help you out with doing that. We do maintain a list of professional grant writers on our website. These people, these companies, these consultants specialize in SBIRs. We vet them for quality, so it's not just somebody who has an English degree straight out of college and decides they can write well or write good, and they want it. They think they can do this for a living. We actually ask people, okay, do you write SBIRs successfully? Show us those SBIRs that you've written that have gotten funded. And we ask for references and things. So we vet these fairly carefully. We have about a dozen or so on our website to make sure that if you can call these people up and get really good help from them. We also have a list of professional commercialization plan writers, same situation. They have to give us samples of the commercialization plans that go into SBIRs and STTRs, just to make sure that they are really good at what they do. So you can certainly contract out. You can go to our website, look at them, and get help from them. They will charge you for they're a fee. They are a company. They are contractors. They'll charge you whatever they decide that is they want to charge. However, we have micro grants that will reimburse you for the cost of the service provider up to $4,500. So we have 2 micro grants available. One is for the commercial, or one is for the technical plan. So if you're looking to write a phase 1 and you want some extra help, in addition to what I do with helping you put together a technical plan, you can reach out and contact and maybe contract with one of these service providers, and then apply for a micro grant for us for $4,500. It is, like I said, a reimbursement. So you pay them first. You send us deliverables, including the fact that you paid them, and then we sit around on it for about 3 weeks, flip the switch. Finally, somebody in business services who has nothing better to do, and it's like, okay, 3 weeks later, they flip the switch and get you your money back. It's interesting to note that most of the time, if you tell your service provider you're getting a micro grant from us for $4,500, they'll charge you exactly $4,500. It's amazing. So you get their assistance for free, essentially. Now they may charge you $4,700 or for doing extra stuff, and you're on the hook for the other $200 or so. But it's almost exclusively, I see that it's always $4,500, and so we basically, you get their service and our service, and we pay for their services. And we have the same thing, like I said, for the commercialization plan. So every company is allowed 1 each of these micro grants. So if you've used your micro grant once, you can't come back to the well twice. However, we do have companies that say, okay, I'm working with a service provider. I want to get 2 SBIRs out. I can get 1 micro grant and have them help us with both of them. They will probably, usually, especially if your grant is kind of similar, the 2 grants are kind of similar, there's a lot of overlap. So they may charge you $5,000 to get 2 out. Yeah, question? Yes. So in order to apply for the SBIR program, and by default get the micro grant, you do have to have a company. So a company is the company is the entity that applies for these grants. Typically we like to see a company be started about at least a month before the deadline. because it takes a month or so for the registrations to go through. Same for STTR, that's right. The microgrants? The microgrants are for you to get access to our service providers who help you prepare the proposal. So they will not write the proposal because they don't know the science. They'll butcher the science. If you have a service provider that says, I'll write everything for you, don't do it because they'll butcher it. But they help you. They have templates. They know what a good grant looks like. They can say, okay, your technical objectives don't have quantitative milestones. And so let's work on those. Oh, this paragraph is really kind of confusing. I don't know exactly what you're saying. Can I rewrite it and see what you think about it? So they'll help you with that. And that's the sort of thing that we do as well. Okay, so we do have this pre-submission review that I mentioned. It's usually for NIH and NSF deadlines. So that's about 5 times a year that we have these things, 6 times a year, where we impanel a third-party group of reviewers, essentially. These are people who are scientists. These are people who are business people. They have sat on the national reviews at the federal level. And so they know what a good SBIR and STTR look like. They also know what bad ones look like. And so we mimic the federal review as close as we can. So we do this about 3 weeks before the deadline. So let's say, for example, April 5th is the NIH deadline. March 15th is the deadline to give us your draft of your potential SBIR or STTR. We give them a week to do these reviews. We go online with them where we meet and they beat each other over the heads. I like this proposal because it's like this. No, you're wrong. I don't like it because of that. And then we gather up all the results and send it back to you about 2 weeks before the deadline, just like they do at the federal level, except we do it within a week, whereas the federal level will take 8 months to do that sort of stuff for you. Okay, so let me go through the next one. Nope, wrong way. Okay, so SBIR Advanced, that's kind of our flagship program that we have available. It's a matching grant. So let's say you go through and you write an SBIR or an STTR and hey, congratulations, you're funded. You're funded to do the technical work. Remember that the goal of SBIRs is to have a product, actually make sales, you actually have a market. So while the federal government wants you to sell these products, they don't really give you a lot of assistance. They give you help in preparing the technical stuff, but not the commercialization stuff. So our SBIR Advance is designed to pay for the commercialization business activities. It's $75,000 for phase 1, $100,000 for phase 2 companies. So if you get a phase 1, you can apply for a phase or $75,000. You get phase 2, you can apply for $100,000. Yes, question. Yes. Yes. So we're. Yep.
Is that part? Does that have to come out of SBIR Advance? Can that come out as just straight up SBIR?
So SBIR, the funds from the federal government are not allowed to be used for patent work. It's only about technical stuff, the science and research. We recognize that's a gap. A company is more than just the science and research. It's patents, it's IP, it's doing business, it's doing marketing studies. And so that's what this is intended to fund. So I have activities that are not supported by SBIR funds, commercialization, there's pursuing IP protection, the third bullet point down. Yeah. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. I'm sorry. It's been there for 2 days. No. So that's the sort of things that we would prefer to fund. We don't fund technical work. So if you applied for SBIR Advance and said, okay, I want to actually build a prototype or something, we'd say, yeah, no, it's technical, but we'll talk to you about how to better pitch your idea of why you want the money. Now, incidentally, you can go to phase 2 twice, so you can get another $100,000 with your phase 2 grant. So total, if you go through phase 1, $75,000, go through phase 2, get $100,000 twice, we can fund you for $275,000 to do the business and commercialization activities. All right, so this is kind of a summary of what the process is. First, you have some kind of idea, and then, hey, why don't you contact us if you have an idea? And if things are looking good, then maybe we can put you in touch with an agency and have you have a conversation with the program manager. If things are even looking better, we'll actually have you put together an executive summary of your project, a one-page document, or a project pitch. NSF has something more formalized called a project pitch. There's registrations to do. That's probably a good time to be looking at registrations if you want to do it. If your things are looking good, you'll want to be contacting a service provider, and then I'll look at our microgrants to be able to get some microgrant funds. And then, hey, start writing drafts. And then if you're looking at drafts, do our pre-submission review. We can help you out with that. And then you apply, and then you wait. You wait a little while. It could be 6 to 8 months before you find out if you're going to get funded. But if you are successfully funded, you actually start working on the project, and don't forget, you can apply for our SBIR Advanced program and get some extra funding there. So that's kind of the process of how things will typically work for our clients. One of the things I did want to mention is that our focus today afterwards, if you guys want to stick around for this and look more at it, we can help you put together an executive summary or a project pitch. So those of you who have, I think you may have registered for this little section, and I think we've sent you templates of the executive summary and the project pitch. So that's the sort of document that we would eventually break up and say, okay, I'll walk around the room and you can start writing something and ask me questions, take advantage of me being here as you put together this executive summary or project pitch. Okay, so let me see how I'm doing on time. It's 2:19. Okay, I'm going to quickly go through this particular one. This is some pitfalls that you want to avoid when you're preparing a proposal. I have a few of them. I think I will try to rush through these a little bit. So these are 5 different kinds of things that I look for. These are things that commonly happen when I'm talking to clients, things you want to avoid. So it's not something that you have to memorize now, but that's the sort of thing that I'll be looking at when we have conversations. You might have a non-significant problem, doesn't really apply to a large group of people, and so it's not going to be very competitive. It's only for a limited amount of people, not very impactful. So for example, somebody sometimes writes something like, hey, cancer kills 600,000 people a year in the US. That's a big problem, but their technology is going to rapidly detect lip cancer from photographs. Lip cancer is a very small subset of that and probably not terribly significant. Or we'll use our predictive algorithm to forecast nightclub activity for our users seeking exciting entertainment. That's not really a very significant problem that the federal government cares about. Here's a better one. The failure rate for detecting lung cancers and X-rays is 20%, and our AI solution is intended to reduce the failure rate to less than 5%. So that's a significant problem with a reasonable solution. So that's an example of something that type of thing that we try to avoid, as well as in this yellow, the sort of thing we like to look at. Maybe you're too early or too late on a project. And this is, I guess, where we talk about whether or not you're too academic. So if you're too early development, it's still kind of an academic search, or you're too late to where it's like, yeah, we actually kind of have a product already out the door. We're just kind of looking for money to maybe increase sales or something. Here's an example of that. We'll test 5,000 small molecules to learn their behavior on improving cell culture growth. So this is a situation where you don't really know what the results are going to be. You're just going to try to do some learning. Or you actually have a product and you're looking to get the funds to build a second facility. A better proposal or better solution would be, we have previously identified 10 potential drug candidates. So you've done some academic work before. And I think this actually kind of refers back to your, how far along are you with preliminary data? The preliminary data, we've identified 10 potential drug candidates. It will help, but you don't have to have it published. So if you can produce the data in the grant itself, that would be okay, but it's probably better if you have it published. It's not deadly that you don't. Yeah, that does sometimes happen. So again, this is not a requirement. It's not a requirement that you have preliminary data, but you do want to be able to convince the reviewers that there's some inkling that this will be successful. So you can go to research papers that show that, hey, this might be it. So it's published work that you didn't do, but it seems like it actually could work. And your work or your skill set is in this particular area, so you believe that you can actually show feasibility with it. Let me go on to the next one here. Poor science. So this is, these are science research projects. And sometimes we see proposals that have poor science. They lack controls. And so, or there's no comparison of what you're going to do compared to what's currently available. Or you have a team that's really not qualified. So for example, we'll demonstrate that our object avoidance software will reduce collisions. Doesn't say anything about how well it reduces collisions or what it could be compared to. Or our software team will be identified in Q3. So we don't even know who our software team is, and we won't know until then after we submit the proposal. So that's not really going to be a good, that's something that I want to avoid. So here's a better one. We'll demonstrate our adaptive learning system. It will improve scores by 20% compared to a control population using standard techniques. So you got some kind of standard in there that you're comparing it to, and you have that quantitative number 20%, which is nice to have. Lack of commercial validation, that's always an issue. So you don't have any discussion of what the real value of the project is. So our algorithm uses unique coding that converts speech to text in a completely different way than current methods. Okay, well, there's several speech to text methods out there. It doesn't matter that you're new and unique. You're not solving a problem that hasn't been already solved. So there's no real value to that particular product. Or our product might be useful for everyone. And I do see this. I see, it's like everyone's going to use it. Well, how do you know? Well, it's great. I love it, so everyone's going to love it. And we even have 300 downloads, even though they're free downloads. So we think it's going to be awesome. So there's no real description of who your customer is, who the market is, and any kind of validation that you're going to be able to make sales. Better one is the analysis software will reduce build costs by 15%. Our initial customers are listed there, CEOs and CFOs of medium-sized contract manufacturers. So it has some idea of who your customer is. Aims and milestones are not specific. I will tell you that this is probably the most common, most common complaint that I have, most common thing that I talk about a lot. The activities described have vague endpoints, and they use verbs that really don't have any kind of risk for failure. So for example, we will optimize 5 solutions and pick the best one for further testing. So you're optimizing. Okay, well, how long does it take for it to optimize? You can optimize for 50 years. And it's like, we don't know when we're going to be done. We're just going to, it's like, we'll pick the best one. Is the best one any good? No, the best one's crap still, but we'll optimize it. So we must be successful because we've optimized it and picked the best one, even though it's crappy. We'll correlate the accuracy of our image analysis software with expert medical doctor diagnosis. So correlation I see often without any kind of idea of what good correlation is. We're going to correlate it. We're going to find that there's a crappy correlation or there's no correlation. It's a negative correlation between what we want and what the doctor, but we've successfully correlated it, so we must have been successful. No, that's not going to fly. You want to have actually something better. Success is achieved when the platform shows improvement in accuracy compared to the gold standard method and these statistics there. So you'll see that all of my examples of better ones have actual quantitative numbers on here to demonstrate success. Okay, there's a couple other things. One of the problems I see people come to me and there's a deadline in a week or 2 weeks or something like that. Even this Department of Defense one with the deadline a month away is a little tight. I usually try to tell people, try to give yourself 3 months before the deadline. Probably can do it in 2 months. If you're really diligent and get a lot of help, you can probably do it in a month, but it's going to be tough. If you're looking to get something out in 2 weeks and you've never done anything like this before, you don't have your company registered, it's not going to happen. You're going to have to wait to the next deadline. The other problem I see is you don't reach out to the program manager. So this is what we're really going to try to talk about, getting that executive summary and send off to the program manager. That's what the rest of this workshop is kind of going to be. If you guys want to hang around and kind of work on things with us, that's what we're looking to do. Okay, so we're at that point where we want to prepare a draft of an NSF project pitch, an executive summary, or perhaps a quad chart. These are all 3 different kinds of templates that you can use to reach out to program managers. Some of them are specific. So the project pitch is specific for the NSF. If you're looking to try to get funding from NSF, National Science Foundation, they actually require you do a project pitch first. If you're doing some other agency, then it's nice to have an executive summary that you can bounce off a program manager. Executive summary is usually not required by any of the other agencies. NSF is the only one that requires something like this. But it's nice to be able to talk to a program manager and say, here's my idea. Here's what I want to do. For anything, it's kind of psychologically to your advantage. The program manager knows who you are. They've talked to you 2 or 3 times before you sent in the proposal. So when they're going through and looking at proposals, it's like, I know this one. I've talked to this person, as opposed to I have no clue who this person was. I don't really understand exactly what they're doing. So I think psychologically, it's nice to have these things to reach out to a program manager. I'll leave this. I'll come back to this slide in just a little bit, but these are some of the things that go into the executive summary. And if you have the template, you'll see it. These are the headings for some of the paragraphs that we have. Significance of the problem, the current competing strategies, who your company is and what the technical solution is, specific aims. Do they have quantitative milestones? And I like to see a little picture. The project pitch has these 4 bullet points that you'd have to fill out. They do have word limits on them. And so ideally you'd put the project pitch together, fire it off to the NSF, and they'll come back and they will either tell you, no, thanks, we're not interested in that. Or they'll tell you, yeah, that sounds good. We invite you to apply. The NSF is kind of unique in that you have to do the project pitch and you only can apply if they invite you to apply after you send them the project pitch. So I hear that maybe 1/3 of the project pitches that NSF get the invitation to apply. My personal experience, because of the work that we do, I see our success rates in getting invited to apply is like 80 or 90%. So most of our clients get invited to apply. If you have a good idea. Yeah, that's a great question. So success rates, and this is one of the drawbacks about the SBIR, and I haven't really talked much about the drawbacks. The success rates are 15 to 18% typically. Now, if you're in the academic world where you see your success rates for academic grants is like 8%, 15 to 18% is awesome. It's great. It does turn out that Wisconsin has historically had better success rates in the neighborhood of 22% or so. And then our clients that work with us are even better. It's like, I hear 40%, 50%. I'm a scientist and I'm like a total analytical scientist sort of thing. I don't, it's like data, I'm into data. And it's like, do I believe that? It's like, well, the data seems to show it. So it seems like our activities with our clients, we more than double the success rates for our clients that submit a proposal. If you wanted to do Department of Defense, then a quad chart is probably a better way to reach out to them. They tend to like quad charts. They tend to prefer that. So I have that template too as well. Okay, so I'm going to kind of stop here. I got a couple more slides. The last objective is work with the CTC to contact program managers and submit an SBIR. We won't do that today. We'll do that afterwards after you guys talk to us. But let me go back. Let me go back. My goodness. So let's maybe get kind of ourselves organized. Let's get started and try to get yourself started in putting together a proposal, or putting together an executive summary or a project pitch or both, or a quad chart if you're thinking about Department of Defense. And you can look at these questions. What's your problem statement? What's your solution? Who's going to buy this and why you think they're going to buy it? And what you need to accomplish. Those are the specific aims to show its feasibility. And then how is your company qualified to do that sort of work? So I'm going to move back to a slide. I'll move back to this executive summary NSF project pitch. I'm going to presume that you guys have the templates kind of with you and you can look at those things over and while you're looking at doing this, but I'll leave this up as for your benefit to kind of look at things. So for now, I don't know if you're done, you can bail out. if you want to stick around and start working on a document, let's do that. Let's stick around and work a little bit on the document. And if I have 2 people stick around, it's okay. If I have 0, it's okay. If I have 10 of you sticking around, that's okay too. So, let me stop you. Questions, and then we'll start doing it. Awesome. All right. So we'll start. Yes, I can do that. And what was your other question? Okay. Yeah, and do you, yeah, and you have a 12-month contract? Oh, well, that's okay. What are you doing for the summer? No, well, if you're on a 9-month contract, then you can be the principal investigator during the summer. Yeah, that'll work. So it's 51%. So let's say your 6-month project, and these things are typically 6 months. They can be longer, they can be shorter. But if you're got 3 months that you work full time at your company, and then the next 3 months you're full time at the university, you're at 51% at the company for those 6 months total. So that's okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Question. Well, I think so. Ideation is more about what's your project, what's your science and research project that you're thinking about, and then we can kind of figure out, okay, do you want to start your own company to do this, or do you want to collaborate with a company and have that company do the application? But when I think of ideation, I think of the actual research project with the eventual product that you want to sell. We can, yeah. So we have our own, we have our list of clients. Our clients are confidential. We don't talk to you about who our clients are. Remember these 4 people up here? I can't tell you they're my clients. Basically what I would do if I know somebody who's working in the field, I'd go out and ask them, hey, I got this other client who's interested in talking to you. Is it okay that I introduce you? And then we can do Google searches too. All right. Well, let's kind of break apart, and I think we'll just kind of wander around and see what you guys are looking to do, and you can hang out. I don't know, how much time do we want to hang out?
Like if you're interested in National Science Foundation, maybe we can kind of put you back over here. And if you're interested in say like health and maybe go in the middle. And oh yes, let's say goodbye to our online.
Buy online people.
No. We'll do my formal, because we do actually have still 8 people that were hanging out and listening online. And I do want to say thank you for those who have stayed with us to the very end, and to encourage for our online folks that we will have our day 2. It will be shorter, but it'll be a great way for you to interact with some of our federal agency representatives. So I want to say thank you to our virtual online audience. Thank you.